Good morning. I'm just ironing out a couple of things. Hi, Carol. Thanks for being here. I'm going to try something because when I go live, it's hard for me to read the chat and be live at the same time. So let's see if this works. Let me see. I can't see the chat. Is it echoing? Oh, I hate that it does that. I don't think it echoes, right? I think it does. What if I did this? How about now? Oh, it echoes. I don't know why it echoes. Okay, let me try one more thing. How about now? Is it echoing? Oh, it is. Can't leave that back on. But it doesn't echo for you all? I don't know how other people do it and they're able to see the chat. Crisp and clear. You don't hear echo, so it's just me. And let me see if I increase my volume. Yeah, there's an echo. Does anyone know who this lady is? I'm not sure because so I've joined it on 2. Oh, can you guys see her channel? Maybe you can, huh? Let's see. Can you hear me? It echoes again. Darn. See, the problem is I can't see the chat. Oh my goodness. Otherwise, I'm, like, looking down the whole time. Let's close that. What's this button? Hmm. Sorry, everyone, for all the technical difficulties. Oh, there we go. Okay, so your comments are now there, but can I highlight them? I can't highlight them. Oh my goodness. Hi, Agatha and Charlie. Hi, Margaret. Hi, Tune the News. Sorry, everyone. I need to figure out how to fix this because everybody, the chat is so small, it's hard to see. And maybe I need to start asking people how they do it. Hi, Deborah. Am I missing comments? I don't know if I'm seeing all the comments. I hope you're all doing well on this fine morning. Let me make sure that this is not muted. It's not, there's just no audio. So, everybody, we are here today to watch the opening statements of the Walsh trial. And I'm using NBC 10 Boston to live stream. Remember, everybody, when I would try to live stream trials, but I couldn't actually show the footage? Well, because I'm in the corner here in the video screen, then it's considered transforming the content because I'm talking over it. So, yay for that. Let me see if I increase. Oh, let's do this. And now I can see your comments a little bit better. And let's see if we can do one more thing. Okay, and this isn't, is this okay, everybody? Is it interfering too much with the the actual screen of the people talking? The other thing I could do to fix that is I could go here and I can zoom out a little bit. But I don't want to see their comments. Well, okay. So Carol says no. So it's okay, Carol, like this? And did you know for some reason this is being streamed both vertically and horizontally? So many things are changing. I don't know if I said hi to you, Agatha, but hi, good morning. It's been a while. I'm so excited that I can actually stream the trial. Like we could watch it all together. I remember I was asking ChatGPT in August when we were doing the Lori Daybell case, and we were doing also the Karen Reed closing arguments. And because I didn't show my face, I couldn't put myself on the camera. Yeah, you waited long enough, Agatha. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're all here. It looks like we have 8 people, 9 people live streaming, but I can't tell if that's 9 including the vertical because it says 9 on the vertical and 9 on the chat, but I mean on the widescreen one, but we'll see. If I end up seeing that those numbers end up being different, then it means that there's 9 and 9, but so far I haven't seen it be different. Hi, Jen J. Thanks for being here. Margaret, I don't know if I said hi to you. Hi. Sorry, today it's like I'm a little flabbergasted, but it's okay. Everything, like the first time you do it, is when it's the most complicated, but we figured it out. I have a confession to make, everybody. I feel like trying to get this set up is the reason why I've been avoiding doing lives on revealing the narc, but it's okay. We figured it out now, so we're good. We're good. I hope you're all doing well. Jenji says this cast should be interesting. Watch both Karen Reed trials. So crazy. Yeah, let's see. I didn't realize that Michael Proctor, is that his name? Is Oh, there he is. Oh my gosh. Is there audio coming? Let me see. There's still no audio in from the courtroom as far as I can see. Yeah, I have my audio on. You meant trial. Jen J. Okay. What do you all think about it? Are you walking into this believing guilty or not guilty in so far? I hate that I already have an opinion about it, but I do. Can I put closed captions on?
Please be seated. Let's now session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, Norfolk Superior Court Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, Ann Yaz, and Tracy Cusick. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth, kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Brian Walsh.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated.
Okay, everyone, I checked the closed captions, but I can't do it. And I think it's because it's a live stream. So sorry about that.
Radar for this morning, and then a few things that you put on my radar last night. Wrapping up our statistics with regard to our impanelment, I just want to put on the record, on the last day of jury impanelment, we saw 45 jurors. 30 of those answered yes to question 5, 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8, 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, the defense exercised 8 peremptories. There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours, and I want to first address with the parties it doesn't have a paper number, but has a title of defendant's motion in limine to exclude the evidence of the hole in the ceiling at the Walsh residence and the remainder of that, to which the Commonwealth opposed. Do either party wish to be heard on that in oral argument?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the ceiling, I've rest on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walsh. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case. So it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading, and this is not consciousness of guilt. This doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him. So I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the email was being put in to show the thoroughness of the investigation. The police received it as one of the many tips, and they actually asked the defendant about the name in one of the interviews. And so that is why the Commonwealth was seeking to enter the email, so it would show why the police were asking about this particular name.
Defense's motion is denied. The evidence will be admitted. It is relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough, and its case, I'll permit it in my discretion. There's another motion that you raised by email to Madam Clerk yesterday or last night.
Okay, I'm going to say a little bit something here because I think I need to be talking every couple of minutes, but I'm glad the evidence was accepted.
Emails of Mr. Fasto. And I asked this morning, Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had. I got back and, oh, it's paper number 200. It's not paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line unless somebody feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. You know what I mean? All right. So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fastow in my opening.
Is that the photo of Anna Walsh and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that it was sent to Mr. Fastow that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I was intending to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However-
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Anna Walsh sent the photo to Mr. Fastow in this series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in limb to admit text messages.
That's
So
of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the.
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages. There's also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Houston?
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200 is the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
To which I wrote in my effort to be ever transparent. This is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197.
I wish we knew the details of what is in all of this. It looks like they're trying to not have some text messages be admitted.
Your Honor, I believe I have it as paper number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion to eliminate 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And,
Is
all
that my own?
right,
Yes, Your Honor.
now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the lying to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's, is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
It will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening, no.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent and as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it. I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, I just want to make sure that we're all
Is the
speaking the
Fastow
same language.
person the one that maybe
Judge,
Anna was having an
so
affair
there's no
with?
surprise. There is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
He can say that. He can.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that. He can say, I misled the police, you can say I lied to the police.
You guys know what I'm thinking? I have a dentist appointment on Thursday, and now I'm like, I gotta
Alright.
cancel because I want to see the
Are there
testimony
any
that they
more
were talking
preliminary
about.
matters? We have 16 jurors in the House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking the 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it. And we'll go from there. If we get, we still have 16 in the box, we'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
No.
Come up.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On the what?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Yeah.
I'd like to bring up one issue.
Before this?
Doesn't matter, just, I'll wait till they're recognized and I'll bring it up.
Do you guys think one of them is Michael Proctor? Well, it can't be, right? Because wasn't he
All right, good morning, everyone.
in trouble?
Just identify yourself for the record. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
The one on the right looked like one of the officers, didn't it? In the royal blue suit. I mean, of course, it was just kind of towards the back and a profile, but it looked like one of the officers
Your
from the
Honor,
Karen
I'm
Reed
handing
trial.
up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email. Now that it's going to be admissible, we believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and can be marked as for ID concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right. So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question,
Yes,
but I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that? All right, D for dog is the stipulation regarding Richard Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't have one in there. All I have is the elements of first degree murder by premeditation and the normal beyond a reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that the sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I don't know that we set the day to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion if you're concerned about that.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday, or maybe it was the Tuesday before, right? We had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement in. I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together. If there's a conviction at the end, if not, I'll just sentence him on the other two charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good.
Jen J, I like this judge also. She seems right on business, and she knows the law. Like someone else was saying earlier, this judge knows the law in and out. So this is exciting. You know what's weird, everybody? In the vertical live, the chat is different from the horizontal live. But I think both are showing up in here. And it's weird, more people are watching on the horizontal live. Can you all, if you feel, in the vertical live, if you all have a chance, can you let me know in the chat which version you're watching, whether it's the widescreen version or the vertical version? I can imagine the vertical version being easier when you're watching on your phone. Yeah, I'm learning as I go. This is a new feature. Okay, Agatha, which one are you watching it on, Agatha? Okay, Dallas is watching on vertical. Thank you, Dallas, for letting me know. Oh, Charlie, thanks for watching it twice. Agatha's on horizontal, Deborah's on vertical. So it's appearing as vertical for Carol. Okay, great. The thing is, on the vertical one, my face is kind of smashed, so I'm like going in and out of frame. I want to tell you all, I'm so thankful that you're all here to watch it with me. Yeah, I'm so thankful you're all here, and it seems we're going to have to do this for a couple of days because I always enjoyed live streaming with you, and this is so much better because I can actually show the footage. And sorry if I keep talking, it's just that's one of the important things about live streaming, that in order to make it transformative, I have to be adding commentary. And yeah, what did Charlie?
Hear. All persons having any due for the Honorable Justice Diane Fournier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Others of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court, please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Good morning, jurors. Morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. So, jurors, I hope you all had a nice holiday break, and we're here to start the trial today. Before we go take any steps to further the trial, I want to go over with you and ask you each individually, as a group, but you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were impaneled. So the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. And I will scan first from the left rear to the right and front left to the right. And keep on nodding until you really know that I connected. Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. Sounds more complicated than this. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or access any news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Members of the jury, if you could please stand and raise your right hands for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Thank you all. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to the indictments returned by the Norfolk County Grand Jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please. Norfolk Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walsh, a Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Anna Walsh with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Anna Walsh in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial instructions, also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read aloud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walsh with committing murder. The indictment is not evidence in this case, and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an outline of the trial. When I finish these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then, the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case. And I give them to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means that the witness may not answer the question or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules, you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it and you may not consider it. As the judge in the case throughout the trial, there may be times when I give you mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just mentioned, offered by the other side. Please don't hold it against any of the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide. Let me next talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe. Whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles I explained to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear inside this courtroom and on my instructions on the law, you may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses that you'll see from this witness stand, as you recall it, and any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course, you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide this case. I want to next talk about fairness. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about now. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. First, slow down. Don't rush to any decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up before them. Third, you should listen closely to the witnesses. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to turn now to certain legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Mr. Walsh is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walsh to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that's been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. As I said, the charge here is murder, and the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on a theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walsh. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Anna Walsh, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Anna Walsh's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. Those are the basic 5 elements. And really, jurors, what I'm trying you to absorb it at this point is that there are 5 component parts. And each of those component parts, the Commonwealth needs to prove, again, beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you may be thinking about. One of two, you may ask about these actually when you were being selected as jurors. And I'll start first with note taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony, however. So you're going to have to rely on your own memories of what each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers will pass out at an appropriate time a notepad and a note writing implement, a pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on the testimony and to remember what witnesses said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe, and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken. Next I want to talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble seeing anything, hearing anything, if you need an unscheduled break, please raise your hand and one of the court officers will come over. We'll make the necessary adjustments. I remind you that we take a morning break at about 11 o'clock, and that's usually about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on what I have to do during that time. And then we proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take a break from 1 to 2, and then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long, between the hours of 2 and 4. So you can predict your day, how your day will lay out most days that you're here. If you need to communicate with me at any point during the trial, again, let one of the court officers know and they'll get me the information. And do it through a note is the best way. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case, and in this one, that you abide by those rules that you agreed to. If anybody needs another written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask. But I remind you, no social media, no news media. Don't do any research about this case on any medium. Don't talk to anyone about this case. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. It's the first thing that I'm going to ask you every morning, and it's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right? The lawyers at the side of the bench.
All right, everyone. Here we go. The jury has heard their instruction. It looks like they have breaks at 1 p.m. Eastern. So that is in about 3 hours. Let me do the math. Oh my goodness, I've been awake since like 5:15 a.m. this morning. So let's see. 1 p.m. Eastern is 10 a.m. for me. It's almost so in about 3 hours. In 3 hours. Sharona saying, "Can't wait to see how defense this case." Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I mean, there's not that many options. Someone else had to have done it, right? Or she did it to herself, maybe. We'll see. I'm interested in seeing who they were talking about earlier, that there was text message exchanges, and they said that this person was going to be testifying on Thursday. Is he holding a rosary? He was holding a rosary. Did you all see that? Oh, also everybody. So I asked that
First, I
everyone, and
know that you will try
I'll be
this
back.
case according to the oath that you took this morning. In that oath, you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a just and fair verdict. It's now time for the opening statements. And you will find that there are customs in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case plays out. And the first custom I'll alert you to is that the Commonwealth opens the case first. ADA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I please report?
It does.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's the Director of Human Resources. And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Anna Walsh, and her husband is Brian Walsh. Teresa Marchese knew Anna Walsh because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Anna Walsh commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Anna Walsh lived in Washington, D.C. Anna Walsh had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walsh was looking for Anna, she got concerned. And she spoke to her boss, Jeff Chubb. And the 2 of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Anna left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And he hasn't spoken to her since then. This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So Teresa Marchese went and drove to Anna Walsh's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Ms. Marchese could get into the building. Ms. Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage. And she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Anna Walsh. Now the door from the garage to the home, that was locked. So she couldn't get inside. So Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walsh back again. And she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Spires' global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walsh is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walsh's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions, and Mr. Walsh repeats. Anna left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Anna is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Anna missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Anna Walsh has been reported missing to the police. And it was done just before noon on January 4th. And no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Anna Walsh. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. You'll see Anna Walsh's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Anna Walsh's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Anna was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for Jem Mutlu, who had his own real estate company. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walsh would refer to as a dream job, where she got to work for Tishman Spires. And she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse, but he hadn't been sentenced yet. Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Anna was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to D.C. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in D.C. And Brian, too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a person by a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, Jim Mutler. Mr. Fastow will testify, and he will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Anna needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Anna flew to Dublin Island the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Anna missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Anna went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. But she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C. And on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Anna Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Cohasset on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a bar class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor who will say that she did exceedingly well in that class. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. Mutlu will testify. He went over to the Walshe family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian, and Anna. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids, actually got to play with the oldest child, and he spent the night talking to his friends. He'd characterize them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, it had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result of it. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Anna to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walshe at his home. Officer Lawrence went. He was met outside by Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe informed Officer Lawrence that Anna had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Anna Walshe, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard her. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin the process of pinging Anna's phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Anna Walshe interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walsh home. That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walsh family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walsh. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Anna was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Anna had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Anna was wearing when she left the home. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Schmidt will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walsh family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the state police. And those interviews were recorded. You'll get to hear those interviews. And Mr. Walsh, during those interviews, will explain that he and Anna were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Anna had her dream job. That it was taking care of the family. And conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter. That this case was causing stress on his marriage. That he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy and that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Anna's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Anna traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Anna about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, she had embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Anna Walsh had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Anna Walsh, and that Brian Walsh was the beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find Anna. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular, Trooper Nicholas Marino and Trooper Connor Keith. They are digital forensic specialists. They have special training in examining computers, tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at the Walsh house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Anna had missed Christmas Eve and was after spending the evening with Mr. Passow and was driving up from Washington, D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walsh was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. and that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walsh between 8:30 and 9 o'clock researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Anna Walsh managed for Tishman's Fire and emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID beginning on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body, and then went to similar websites for more than an hour. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device searched how long for someone to missing to inherit, how long missing to be dead, can you throw away body parts? Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search how long does DNA last? And then an article, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? 30 minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched best way to dispose of body parts after a murder. Trooper Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled, You Want to Get Away with Murder? Use a special deterrent. This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage? How to saw a body? How to dismember a body? Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton. Brian Walsh told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. It had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walsh residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. However, there was another phone in the Walsh residence, an iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, the phone traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, an apartment complex in Swampscott, to a CVS in Danvers, to a Lowe's in Danvers, and to a Stop and Shop in Swampscott. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You will see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotics. You will see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers, that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You'll see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop at Swampscott, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. The investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon of January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs. And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies. 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet. The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Brockton. You will see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You will see someone going to the dumpster and then leaving. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swampscott, and that this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters, and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody, where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Hermes watch, blue-gray Hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Anna Walsh's name, rugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears, snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Anna and Brian. And scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh on the Tyvek suit. They will explain that Anna Walsh's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw. Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Anna Walsh about 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we ask two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, We will speak to you one more time. And it is at that time we will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
Thank you, 88 Connor. Just why don't you take a break and stand up, shake a leg. And when you're comfortable and have regained your focus, you may be seated. Now we'll hear from the defense for the opening statements. Attorney Tipton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brian Walshe lied to the police. Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th. Brian Walshe went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walshe went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walshe, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic and tragic search that you will hear about. You'll hear the evidence of that. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose a body to even darker subject matter. As he wrestled with the fact that Anna Walshe was dead. That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow left the family home of Brian and Anna Walshe sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning. Anna and Brian Walshe continued to celebrate the news. They went upstairs to the bedroom. About an hour later, you'll hear evidence that Mr. Walshe got up, went back downstairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence that he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Anna Walshe, the woman he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Anna, his wife. She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening. It didn't make any sense to him. It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. Not him. You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old people. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens to trained athletes. You will hear evidence that it can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that it occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained. That's the evidence you will hear in this case. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community. But it is to this day not well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence Brian Walshe never imagined somebody suddenly died. 1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up, and she is dead. You will hear evidence in this case that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe loved each other. Yes, there was stress in the marriage. Stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. And that's the pending federal case that had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Anna Walshe got a job in D.C. with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. You will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children? While Anna worked in D.C., Brian did. And he did. There was stress in commuting back and forth between D.C. and Cohasset. Brian Walshe experienced that stress too. And Anna Walshe and him talked. They talked about it on Christmas Day of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that. But yes, there was an affair, not between Brian Walshe and Anna, but between Anna Walshe and William Fassler. The evidence in this case will be that Anna Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in D.C., the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Fassler will tell me that he was unaware of any plans of Anna ever telling Brian about the affair. William Fassler will testify that they behaved differently in public in D.C. to make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Fassler will testify that Anna Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair. Brian Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know. Anna Walshe had a crush on William Fassler because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love, and all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Anna Walshe. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian. I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Fastow, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in D.C., it didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you will hear evidence from Melissa Kirby that Anna Walshe told her, I wish he would be jealous. You will hear evidence that there was no financial issues or problems. Anna Walshe just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They own that townhouse in D.C. It was worth over $1 million. They owned whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. You will hear evidence that Brian Walsh's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Anna worked in D.C., that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts. The evidence in this case is that Brian Walshe loved Anna Walshe. You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Fastow. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know. You will hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian with Alyssa Kirby. And notwithstanding the fact that Anna Walshe was having an affair, she described their relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her. You will hear how she described Brian as her best friend to her friend Alyssa Kirby. You will also see evidence of text messages that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these 2 individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. 12:25, Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater DC area, Bethesda, Annapolis. They're searching for future investment properties. You'll see that, and you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in DC, these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So now they need to figure out what to do with the proceeds. You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. Now, she's back in DC. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in DC. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger. Anna responds, I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Anna Walshe wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, is you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the woman he loved. And you'll see in his medical that he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for them. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for an investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12/30, simple text between them about her catching her flight from DC to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts him, I've landed. And what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walshe back to Anna, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign off these texts? You'll see them. Brian says, love you. And Anna Walshe says, love you too. We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve. Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Anna to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Anna Walshe ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug him. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Anna Walshe told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. She talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that. Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there, he saw no problems between them. Said that Brian was happy and Anna was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial, festive. He described it as loving. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. You will have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Anna signed on that box she wrote, let's make 2023 the best one yet. She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and signed it, love. Nothing was more important to both Anna and Brian than those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Anna and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Anna Walsh talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to DC because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter, and asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walsh will tell you, how is it that I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month, or for years? That's what they were talking about. And in all of the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other conversations about divorce. And you won't hear it from William Fastow. In fact, William Fastow will tell you he had resigned himself to think Anna Walsh was never going to be Brian, father of their children. Jim Mutlow left around 1:30. Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible, the unimaginable happened. It didn't make sense to Brian Walsh. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Anna Walsh was alive 1 minute and dead the next. And all he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Anna is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Anna? Where will those 3 boys go? And so, he told the story. He told lies. He tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys. Brian Walsh never killed him. Brian Walsh never thought about killing him. Never. Think about that. Brian Walsh is not guilty.
Jurors, once again, why don't you stand up, shake a leg? 15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or we can start the evidence. Does anybody, just put show of hands, need a bathroom break? Let's hold on for 15. All right, we're going to take a break early, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
All rise for the court, please. What is that? Front row.
Okay, everyone. Wow. Wow. I mean, oops. Are they still going? There's movement.
Please be seated. Does anyone need to address anything with me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 20-minute break. And Commonwealth, what's the lineup today?
It's going to be Sergeant Harrison Schmidt for the entirety of the day. The intention is to try and get through the audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went well with the editing, so to speak, of the,
Yes, we've made all the edits that we encouraged and the ones that the court told us to make.
all right. And the defense is all set with that. Have you watched it yet or?
Yes. you have.
All right. Let me know if you need me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe Judge,
All rise.
So it's going to be a full day, everybody. They're going to have, oh, excuse me, everyone. They're going to have the officer testifying pretty much all day. And this is so reminiscent of when we were doing the Lori Daybell and the Karen Reed closing arguments. So it looks like we're going to have a full day of watching this. I hope you all can join me. If you all need a break, go for it. I mean, who am I to tell you go get a break? Go take a break if you want. I may in a little bit have to take a break because my little pup usually gets her breakfast about 8 a.m. And I let's just recap a little bit what we saw. I think we expected, we weren't surprised with what the prosecution said. You know, we knew that the marriage was not doing very well. She was maybe the major breadwinner. She had hopes and goals about what her future in her career would be for that following year. They had the three sons together. We've heard, I think, that she was planning on moving to DC permanently to take the three sons. And she was also having an affair that she spent the Thanksgiving holiday with the gentleman she spent a Thanksgiving holiday with. Oh, Lisa, good. Go take a break. I'm going to take a break in a little bit as well. My pup is looking at me like, "Is it's time?" And I'm telling her, "There's still 11 minutes left, baby girl. 11 more minutes." She's so silly. And we knew that he had pled guilty to the heinous things he did after she had passed. So I think we all knew that means that he needs to blame her death on something else, something that he did not do. And that could be either someone came into the home and did it, or she did it to herself, or now we're hearing that she passed naturally. But as many of you in the chat were saying, there is no evidence of that because there's no body. Exactly, Charlie. Blame shifting, right? How and let's be like real. What else could they have said, right? Those were the three options, I think, and they went with the natural death, which I'm a little surprised by. Because they could have gone with her doing it herself. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're going to have people that are going to testify that she hadn't been feeling well. Um, but yeah. Yeah. And I have to tell you, the defense attorney, he's good. He's good. Until we see the evidence, what he is saying, I mean, okay, it is possible that she could have passed naturally. That doesn't explain the other two charges. However, we the charge that is being tried here is whether or not she died naturally or he killed her. Right? So I think that's where it is. We're not trying based on what happened after the fact. That's not what this trial is about. So that's wild. And now it all makes sense, right? Why he pled guilty to those charges is so that he can separate out her death from what he did to her. Oh my gosh, it's a strategy, right? Yeah, it's not going to land well blaming his wife. So Lisa, um he he pled guilty, I believe, to dismembering and getting rid of her remains. So there is no body. Um and I think now it's starting to make sense why he pled guilty to that, so that these would be things that are tried separately. Like, yeah, he did those horrible things after the fact, but what was the actual cause of her death? Did he cause it or could it have been natural? This is this is wild, everybody. I It's like I think if we all were talking about it and having a conversation about it, it would make sense that this is the probably the best path for him to go down so that he could at least not get convicted of murder. TMTB, what what part do you want me to wait? Tell me what part you want me to wait. It's amazing what they come up with, everybody, right? Wow. And I'm so glad 16 of you are here with me. Thank you for being with me. I did a video about this case. It was a collab with Resting Dollface. Oh my gosh, excuse me. I clearly need to make some coffee soon when I give my pup her breakfast. Exactly, TMTB. Exactly. But is that relevant though for this murder charge? Because I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the logic is going to be there. Agatha, I have to say I don't know anything about other court systems. So yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't know. And that's just it, TMTB. Why did he do that? Why did he do that? And here's the thing. Okay. Okay, he Googled inheritance and she had a life insurance policy that was like $2.7 million or something that he was the sole beneficiary of. Resting Dollface and I were talking, and Resting Dollface said, "We want to see that signature. We want to see who signed and said that it would all go to him." But why, if you were looking for an inheritance, you would want a cause of death of a natural cause of death? So it doesn't make sense. Yeah, verify it is her signature. Exactly, Carol. Always follow the money. Yes, Agatha. Yes. Yeah, and if she had already passed under normal circumstances, don't hide it. Get the life insurance. It was a normal circumstance. She had life insurance through her work, Charlie says. Interesting. Lisa, I don't know when the policy was purchased, but I think it was all near around the same time that the beneficiary may have been changed. Now, the signature thing is important because um, Brian's dad, he swindled his own dad, and his dad, I think, was wealthy. And when the dad passed, oh my gosh, I feel so rude. Oh, I think, Christine, I will try to show the rest of the trial. I was saying earlier, I have a dentist appointment on Thursday, but I think I need to cancel. I think I need to cancel because Thursday, it seems, is when they're planning on having the man that was having an affair with her on, and I want to see that. It was close to 3 million, Charlie says, total for the life insurance policy. So this man, he actually went to court to contest his father's will and saying that the signature was forged, and he lost that case. And then there was another case that had to do with a signature. Oh goodness, I can't remember. But Christine says, yes, please show it. I mean, who cares about dental health, right? I'm just kidding, Christine. Um, you have an appointment on Thursday too? That's funny, Agatha. Oh my goodness. I feel so rude for yawning, and I think I need to make my coffee, everybody. So I'm gonna make my coffee, and I'm gonna give my dog her food. She is staring at me. She's so funny. But everybody, I will be back in a couple of minutes, and I can't wait to continue watching this trial with you. So I'm gonna go on mute, but I will be back shortly. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, I am back. What did I miss? I don't think I've missed anything really. Okay, Agatha went to get a snack. She has been, Charlie, she's been a good girl, but she's acting really funny right now. She usually stays in bed with me all night, but today at like 4:45 she got out of bed. And right now, when I put her food in front of her, she kept looking up at me and she wanted me to pet her. She does this sometimes. Um, so I don't know. I'm monitoring her. She still ate the bulk of her food. Okay, it looks like we're seeing some activity happening in the courtroom. There's still 12 of you here. Yay, thanks for being here. The guy is a crook, Lisa is saying. When was the Oh, we talked about that, Lisa, the insurance policy. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we're seeing some movement. I wonder, I want to look up what his family and her family look like just to know who these people are in the courtroom. Look, yeah, he's holding that rosary. You all see it? There it is. Wow. The woman with the teal cup, I'm pretty sure that's an espresso cup because I have a white one. I'm not sure though, but here's mine. Here's my coffee in my High Grove mug. Um, I have a little bit of a headache, but I think the coffee's gonna help. Let's see what happens. Did you all have your morning coffee? What do you guys drink in the mornings? I so look forward to my morning coffee. And I feel like the majority of the time I wait too long to drink it and then it's like kind of cool. Um, but yeah, oh, we have 13 people here. We got joined by one more person. Coffee. Yep, you all like coffee. That's the way to do it. I love it. I love it. I'm so glad that we can when we were doing the Lori Daybell trial, that was easy because um, I could stream that from the official courthouse. But when I was doing the Karen Reed one, because the footage was being broadcast somewhere else, like it wasn't a public feed, I think, I couldn't show it if I didn't show my face. Like the fact that I don't know why this is true, but the fact that my face is in the corner there makes this transformative content. So, hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. If all they need is for my face to be in the corner and we can all enjoy it and watch it in real time, I am all for it. The defendant looked arrogant. Yep, Carol agreed. TMTB is drinking tea today. Carol is drinking Tazo Joy tea. I love it. Sharona says, I have a quarter caffeinated coffee. I still need some caffeine, but I can't handle 3 cups of regular caffeine. So at 1/4 caffeine, I almost get a cup of full. So, sorry, I think I understood. So that you do 1/4 cup of regular caffeinated coffee, and then the last 3/4 are just decaf. Getting ready for yogurt. What flavor? Blueberry, peach, or strawberry? I'm gonna go with blueberry. What do you all say? Blueberry, peach, or strawberry? Though strawberry sounds like a good option too. Strawberry sounds good, but I'm feeling that blueberry. My dog seems to be okay. She's sitting in the sun, I think. I wish we could hear the conversations. Oh, here we go. You guys, I'm gonna go back on mute and I'm also gonna go check on my dog really quick. So I will be right back.
You are unmuted.
Judge, could we come to sidebar?
Yes? Not yet. So I noticed during the opening statements that this room, which.
All rise to the court, please.
Not yet. This room, which has terrible acoustics, is being made even more intolerable, I would say, by the typing that's going on in the front row. So I'm going to ask, press is welcome here at all times. It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on. That's fine. I'm going to ask all three people in the front row to move it back. And we'll see how it sounds in this next time. And I encourage the lawyers. I hear certain things, but I'm quite a distance from you. I found it disruptive to what I'm doing. And so I expect that you found it disruptive to what you're doing. And I want to make sure that you are clear-headed and can do your job. So if you find that that's not working, you let me know. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You can bring them in.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
TMTB, yes, it is.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
So jurors, now we're going to start the evidence in the case. The Commonwealth may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
So do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Step right in there. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, Schmidt.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department,
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January of 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which one, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the SWAT team's interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue, if they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with Metrolec and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
What are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walsh?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
And about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4:00 p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
There's no objection.
objection to this group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. Do you want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how many are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay, and do you have an index of what their designation is, or can you get that to the court just so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at the lunch.
All right, so any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors, before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report. And so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the appropriate court staff as 1 to 52.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No on evidence. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back. And if I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Oh, sorry.
So it's not blocking any view.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little three-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, the 7178? So what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it.
Where was Officer Lorenz?
On the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 5, 7177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 6, 7131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table. in
And
the
then
dining
when
room.
you were there that night, what was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131, which I believe is Exhibit now 7? Sir, where is this in the home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No.
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
In that crate.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked this as an exhibit yet, but I have it on an individual drive.
All right, subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, Your
All right, so this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit, and
All
then Ms.
right.
Gilman will be able to play it.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence as Exhibit 53.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Exhibit 53, you've had the opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes,
And does that fairly and accurately reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh that night?
it does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Okay, the quarter is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Officer Lawrence and Sir Brian. Could you state your name for me?
Yeah, Brian Wall,
Brian Walsh. Okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay. And we're at your home 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right now.
Perfect. So could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this today. Could you just do me a favor and start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this great new job she got.
Okay.
And we're to follow up shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most recently, she was at work.
One second.
Yep.
That's okay. Can you please let me finish this and I'll get you what I need, please? Yes. Okay,
1 second. Do whatever. We're on your turf, so do whatever you need.
Thomas, you guys behave, thank you. All right, yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on, was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived, yes.
Friday morning she came home, okay. And she flew from DC to.
Yes, I can show you she sent me that information.
Sure, I would love to.
You can look up, you can look through all of them, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is,
That's,
word text.
no, she texted me so I would know when she was
Okay.
coming in. I'd ask.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text chain was on it, so you can take a look at that, whatever you want to do with that.
All right, so it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m., there's a screenshot of the JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA, Terminal 2, the C28, to Boston, Terminal C, the C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m. Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's gonna help you, please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, and she sent me some videos of that, and then you'll get into the area where I start texting them. And if you wanna look at it, there's probably a year's worth of text there. If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really.
I'm open, trust me, that's,
No, I appreciate it. So Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time.
right.
She responds amongst other things, yes, boarding now. So, okay, Friday, 7:59 a.m., landed. And then it looks like Friday, 12:07 p.m., photos of Anna and the oldest? Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo.
You took these and sent them to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so
She
she,
would take my phone and send it to herself.
okay,
The ones that she liked.
very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so, yeah. So I took the photos, a lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends it to herself.
Okay. Monday, 2:33 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 PM, another text. Yesterday, string of text, 6:39 AM, continuing to 8:30 AM.
Usually she'd be back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. So I thought, call Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it. So I tried every sort of situation I could to get in touch
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell or whatever.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So,
And it's on Verizon, if you know.
no, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that, she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported the phone over.
She brought the number over to their system.
Well, she took the phone over.
Okay.
So like that was canceled and moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number as well, because we didn't change numbers.
Right, okay. So she took the family plan number
And the phone.
to work and then work to start paying for it.
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Or, yep, when one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in, I see the text around 7 AM. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah, she always Uber or Lyft.
That's Uber, Lyft,
Yeah,
okay,
and Uber was one of the two.
okay. And then, so she gets dropped off here?
Yeah, usually they drop her off further down because no one can find the place, so,
Okay.
but that's pretty much. it.
Sure. So,
That's why I was in contact, when she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC, normally off pretty quick. Yeah,
work,
right,
kind of
so
work,
she,
right.
so if it had just been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation, if I had heard from her, I would have known what's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
sure. Okay, so she comes home Friday morning.
Yes.
Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing?
Yeah, so,
Run me through the weekend if you want.
yeah, with pleasure. I had some, when she was running late, so I took, William and Brian Kinder Care, it's where the daycare is where I picked them up from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I'm just going, okay, Thomas. I just am gonna do a few, errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent, the rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out. And
Okay.
then, she was a bit tired when she came, she wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys, okay. And, so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and,
What's the gym?
yeah, it's bar method.
Bar method?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or do
Yes,
you,
that's it,
you
yeah.
go,
No, we didn't
dinner
go.
or lunch or
No,
anything?
we were just two.
So she was here, you ran some errands,
Yeah,
and then you just hung out in
yeah, then with the kids, doing that.
the house. All right. So then she hits Farm Ave to Hingham for the gym in the morning,
Yes.
Saturday,
Yes.
and then Glossy Nails.
Yes, because that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, great. Oh, thank you. Hopefully, I hope. And then she said, then she came over and she said, hey, I'm gonna take the kids, I'll give you a break. I'm gonna take the kids to a place in Kansas, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor place. Okay. And then my son took my phone up to his room. Okay. Sorry. Okay. thank you, thank you. Okay, Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize movies for others? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. What happened was, I was like, oh, that would be great, so I get ready, because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jen.
Okay.
She hadn't seen him face to face for a while, so I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner, get everything together, and she took the Jim. Yeah, G-E-M. A lot of people call him Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
Dinner here?
yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrate the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 being the best year ever, and then I'm working on it. I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone. Okay. So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not.
The kids had the phone, right?
Yeah. So William, the excited one, took it up to the room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out, and he had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then she's on the phone a lot, or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning. Sunday morning. And I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in DC.
Okay.
So I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine, when we make this decision together. So,
do you know what kind of issue arose?
She didn't explain it to me,
Some kind of.
but there was one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks, another building the FBI raided at one point, another building there was a disgruntled tenant, and so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there, so I didn't know because I didn't want, I was like, all right, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4, maybe 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag.
Okay.
And she didn't bring, she just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place. Or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left and got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. If you want to talk to him, but he said it's a taxi, and I was like, he described the car. He said, well, I really didn't see it that. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
Maybe Anna said taxi.
maybe she's my driver, but I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30, either the early flight that she takes. What was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that.
Okay.
But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling.
Right.
So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had gotten that. I have no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines is second.
Okay.
This is Jim. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Yeah, that's a focus.
Yeah,
On that,
gotcha. So JetBlue number one, American Airlines number two. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorm, she spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider, like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston. So that's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to national or anything like that.
Okay. So what, you heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, this is my
I'm sorry,
6-year-old, yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah, William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, that was time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastical.
So, why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early,
Okay.
and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, anytime he hears action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake," so he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "I'm sorry, Mommy, I had to leave early."
Yep.
And he's like, "I already know that, Daddy." I said, "Goodbye to her."
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he had been off the whole week, so he had a lot of rest. So.
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
And
the
Jem.
boys, and Jem.
Yeah. Well, the boys were all. We put them to bed. Jem didn't think it's late.
Okay.
And Anna
They're all in bed.
Yeah, Anna took them to that indoor play. So totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play. I don't have the exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and Anna.
Anna, and then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, and then Thomas came and hung out, and you heard what was going on, and I finally went to bed.
So how did the night progress? How late did Jem stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till almost 1 or so. Like after midnight at our age with kids, we're like, okay, good, we get it. I was like, it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. So, and that's when during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she'd gotten a message from Adela, who I spoke to today. It was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset. And then she was seeming, I don't know, like she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she mentioned, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing or she's not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always make fun of my super sturdy woman. So, it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on. And then she said that she had to go. After Jem left, she said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
So maybe around 1:30?
Yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we're gonna go to bed. And I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me. And I was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get it until Friday because she was just too much work that she was trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, hi, thank you, thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time, and it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job, or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost. We were only supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello, hi. Okay, thank you. Okay. And then, at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out, and then she moved to DC, and then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long, and then, things progressed, so that was, not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's gotta be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems that we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like, during the pandemic, when we were divorced, we enjoyed family
You
time.
loved it.
Yeah, everybody loves it, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jen leaves between 1 and 1:30?
No, Jim leaves like 1, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, I have to, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then I was like, let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. So I would have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early.
Yep.
Early on Saturday. Then she confirmed it, but she always was like, hey, I'm gonna be there early, I'm gonna stay longer, and then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time, and
Right.
she was having a hard time.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and going to bed?
Yeah, absolutely. We both sleep at 1:30.
Okay, and then she was to catch a early flight.
Early flight, so she only got, this is why she's always been tired, she wasn't feeling well.
Yeah.
On Friday to begin with, and she was very ill, the week before, I wanna say, because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came, everyone got sick.
Boys run around.
Yeah, so everyone's sick a lot, so, but I wanna say on the 27th, she worked from home, she was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better, but I noticed a difference there, and then, she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up and you hear her like in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So.
Okay.
And that's when she came down. Then she does the final like cleans up and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up and she was like, "You're gonna be moved," because the boys are gonna get up. So
Yeah.
I was like, "You're right," but she comes and kisses me.
Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yeah.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think it's for me, but it's for Anna. And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really, so it's her domain. But everyone is called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook, Jen and Adela, and I said it must be me. Comes through, and I look at it because normally I don't, but now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been no, I don't think there have been any new posts because I've asked everyone who does it.
To keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there have been any new, but it does not seem like she's on Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right, so Sunday morning when she leaves,
Yeah.
you haven't heard anything? Okay.
But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week it was the 24th, she had that work at Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear, we spoke in the morning, but I didn't hear from her all day, and then she was supposed to be here on a flight. And she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I'm going to call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 25th, I'm sorry, 25th, yeah.
So
Christmas Day,
Day.
because she worked all night, New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And I didn't have, Jen sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim, but I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this first support right there. So I was like,
Yep.
and then she called, said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now, and I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, hope everything's okay, and all that's fine.
So, where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it and put it up in his bed. It was under, Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, I don't see the person every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous, and then on Tuesday, I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, hey, don't call work, don't embarrass me at work, Brian. And I was like, sure. So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to, and
we're going on another day.
yeah. So now it's Wednesday, today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I lost, and then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone like that. Okay. And then the Tishman's Fire Group got back to me. I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, can you please say Brian Walsh called? I called another building that we didn't pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod. I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it. Yeah. And then it was Graham that called me and said, is everything okay? And I said, I don't know. She had work. He said, I didn't see her yesterday. Okay. And that's why things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten her phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened.
Yes.
It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So.
Is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
She would turn on the side. She never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next question. Is she one of the types that's always looking for phone chargers?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice for her phone.
Okay. Does anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife even though that we've been doing this for a while, and we haven't had it, I talk to her a lot. And even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, I'll call you right back or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and she's like, you need to take it easy. I mean, that's too much pressure, Brian. I said, sure, of course, I understand.
Right.
And now this time, I feel like it's not high pressure enough. I should, done something more. So my mother is always calling, like she's like, what's going on? She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, coming. So the detectives class are coming. The gentleman at Tishman's Fire is head of global security. So okay. So I think we have a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or
No.
does she run her own?
Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm driving around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So it's
right. Does she have any family here stateside or New England?
Meet the boys. That's it.
Okay.
And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys were coming, and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then when she got back to Belgrade, So she went up, she was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother
Okay.
at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
yes, Serbia.
Okay.
And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So
So any other siblings?
just it's basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any like half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There is someone, his name is Milan. He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years.
Okay.
And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well.
Okay.
Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
But he's
that's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
there.
And there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to, cancel it.
Okay.
It didn't work
And
out.
it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Was Jimmy like best friends? I know you mentioned Jim, which was an old.
Jim is,
coworker.
there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at Little Washington.
Okay.
Jim and Adela called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
Where did they want you to?
At the Inn at Little Washington. That was Anna's, I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town, there's Adela, who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor, she made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she hasn't spoken about it for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it is odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield, that's his brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was gonna go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Anna call, and then Anna's like settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go to the house. So I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
These are, Alyssa is a DC contact, Adela is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto is in DC. And his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, oh, I just got back in from Idaho, but he immediately went over to take a look at the house.
Okay.
Adela did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down?
She was in DC. I was always involved. Like you're going back like from the beginning of our relationship. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sure. How long? Like when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right. Yeah. So we met years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and she quickly came back after.
Okay.
And then we were in Boston since then, and then she got this job in DC, and she said, I'm going to go back to DC now as it works out. And I said, sure. And then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see, she would have told me, we talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple, the extra phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well.
Okay.
But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices.
Okay. Is it, who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts
Oh, Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's
That's sort of
much
me.
better, much better at that stuff. So,
Okay, great.
with me, like more, broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's like.
Perfect. Logistics, that sort of thing.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, is everything good and in order, or
Yes.
are there any stressors, or, you know?
Yes, yes, definitely, okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making in Jack.
Oh, wow.
That's why, I think she did 315 this year.
Oh, wow.
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to. And then our mothers have both of their health was difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She recently had cataracts, and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So she's doing well. So thank you, knock on wood.
Yeah.
But those were everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is the whole time. But yes, the biggest stress was not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together. I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So
Perfect. I appreciate you being so open.
yeah,
Is it okay if I ask about?
please ask any questions you'd like.
The legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. So, do you have a specific question, or would you like
Just a rundown of, what?
Yeah, I just represented a Warhol piece. You could read about it in the papers.
You're an attorney?
Am I?
What's your representation?
No, I was.
I don't even know what you do, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, we had chocolate. So I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I just represented it to another person, a gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that. And then we went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed.
Okay.
And then things continue to be postponed, and that's, so I'm kind of locked down here at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why I've been able to be in Massachusetts with, I'm sorry, in DC with my wife. She's been doing this, so, but we were, just the other day, there was a possible resolution for the whole thing. But obviously,
Let it give it time.
that's what we're looking, but the prosecutor definitely, I will, give me one moment, I'm gonna make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was, interested in more, and we saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a lot longer. And but that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, you can I'll give you my attorney's number. She can also tell you about it.
Sure.
She could probably explain the law better than I can. But I was I acknowledge I was out of integrity, and I'm thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So, would I get a catch judgment?
No, it's but I just I know.
I was.
No, I want to
get a whole picture.
I don't want to hide anything from you because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right, yeah, so I just.
But it's, I do want to acknowledge extremely,
It's a stress or anything like that.
but it's extremely embarrassing for me to talk about. But under these circumstances, it's worth it.
But we're not, again, we're not here to judge. anything like that,
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Um,
Is there any, but please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is, don't hold back.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes, yes.
Is, her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling or?
Yeah, I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point.
Yep.
And now she had to start carrying her passport.
Using that as-
Yeah, so, but now she always carries her passport. She brought, William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, hey, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas. And so the only way to identify him properly. So, so she brought those passports here and they're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
No, not that I know of. She just, so for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But she, we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but they biopsied and said it was fine
On her side?
on her side. And, but yeah, but she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently. And I said, because she hasn't had a lot of rest, she'd be working hard and okay, and flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC, I'll take care of the kids. You've got to get, because, she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work. And then now her work schedule had really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she'd taken 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or anniversary, so it's
Sure.
sad.
So, you're not aware of any medications, any other health issues or anything coming up? The one biopsy?
No, nothing, I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me.
Right.
We really talk about everything, and, no, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh, yeah, and most of my clothing's in DC too, so the idea, she thought it was gonna take a month or two to get there,
Yeah.
it's taking a lot longer, so. Oh, we had to buy stuff, just to like everything, we keep having to buy new stuff.
Up here. Okay. So, I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So, one time she just brought her, purse,
Yep.
and then, this time she brought up my heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said, I'm gonna bring, so she brought her little, carry-on.
Okay. And
But
you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here?
Yeah, because I was wearing, this light coat, and she said, come on, I'll bring it up. And I was like, all right.
That makes sense, sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, and I felt bad. She's like, don't buy a new coat, don't get cold and get sick. So.
Right. So, do you describe the carry-on?
Absolutely, it's a Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse, like.
Well, I know it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag, yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, I think she's definitely at that, she'd been to that house.
What color is it?
It's the brown, the classic, yeah.
With all shades.
Yeah, with the
first
LV. I mean, I had to become what my wife is, yeah.
Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has a terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps in the day, like.
No.
Like hours go
No,
missing.
nothing.
Just classic, like
some,
what I have, I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. She was always. That was always the thing. Or even further back, I was the one who had the memory, like I say.
Okay.
But I told her it was good, I could repeat stories, so it'd be a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No, actually, Anna basically drank nothing when she met me. She started to drink more, and then we both, with the kids and stuff, pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve we did have some champagne and stuff like that.
Completely reasonable.
But no, Anna's totally through there always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like
I-
Find My iPhone?
I don't. People-
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags for us, and
Yeah.
Anna had picked it up on Saturday. She said, "I have one." I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you."
Sure.
But because things went so, where'd you find that? You forgot something? Okay. All right. But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and she was going to be having an AirTag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, "I'm going to have an AirTag."
Yeah.
But they're right on my desk all wrapped up and everything. And she's the one that like launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So, and I would always just say, "Oh, okay, we'll wait till you come back." I was always waiting for her to come save us, four guys over here.
That's what happens.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
Those look expensive.
Yeah, your mother's gonna get upset, okay? Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Where did he find those?
I don't know, they must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice, I just noticed them. Okay, no swearing, sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side, I heard truck.
Okay, good, thanks.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it
I
here?
know we haven't, so when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone, blue and gray, the duffel bag, and then the purse that you brought,
Okay.
a black purse, probably.
Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not
Like,
this one, no.
Ring doorbell, I know it's a
No.
rental, but.
Yeah, no, we don't have any here.
Is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but I've been ready to go to the next level again. But I don't think he's got, he might have something down by the garage. Like, he might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's got anything on it. I haven't seen any ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's she installed, we had the door, what's the, not ring, but what's the other one? Not our,
Blink. Yeah.
there's a lot of them now.
Ring, Blink,
Net-
Arlo,
What's the one with the thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest, I think it's a Nest cam. And that, but that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment, when we were at Jerusalem Road, we had three, so I'd be out playing with the boys and she'd call, or she'd talk through it and
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
like that. She's very good with that, yeah. But no, I just, not here, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions? or-
Sheila, anything else?
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30 and, you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if she took
The photos I have on this,
photos? Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
sometimes the kids get it, so sorry. But that's everything there. You can take a look. There's probably 1,000 photos. Glasses back, please. Glasses glasses, please? Okay. You said it'd be okay if I went around.
Yep.
That's fine. You know that happens.
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm gonna make it extra happy for you guys. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell them not to, that's not. William, please. Oh, no, I would like to say, I don't know where to learn that from, but I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that, that's your brother, so you're gonna get very upset. Thank you. All right, can I have the glasses back, please? All right.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
Yeah, on
was it
Friday. Yeah, basically, I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We hadn't seen each other in a while.
Yeah.
And then, brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you get them?
It was in New Boston.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, in Kimball Square. What? Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you, anytime you want to go through this, feel free.
Sure.
It's so weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I'd be like, here's my life, go enjoy it.
Yeah, I just looked, I saw the photos from the area.
Oh, great.
Yeah, of your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay, yeah, the same, yeah.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think, oh, and also, I also went to, I had some end-of-the-year banking stuff to do, so that was the other thing.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house, just see if anything jumps out to us?
Yeah.
It would be a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
let's do it.
So, unless, is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that,
I think that's it, that's all, yeah.
Greg, do you have any ideas? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps, you know?
I believe that, I honestly believe that.
You know, there's three options. Wall and see if we can track something down. So,
Right.
all right, it is 7:31. I'm shutting off the recorder.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview. How old were the children at this point in time?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And when it's heard the defendant saying 121212, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214, Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Anna, and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from DC to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house that it's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, This is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122. Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take it this is the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken in family room.
And what is at the back end of this sunken in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 15, 7141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 16, 7152? What part of the home is this?
This is the sunken in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 17, 7153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have Exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file number 7235? Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 21, 7236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house, a view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have Exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
And could we have Exhibit 24, 7288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's two bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have Exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the two bedrooms on your left.
Could we have Exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And, sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Could we have the next exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have exhibit 30, 7320? What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who was residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who was residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen, looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
Could we have exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have exhibit 37, which is file 7343? And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have exhibit 40, 7080? And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have exhibit 42, 7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 437092. What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 447097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 457390? And where's this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
Got a siren going by, sir. I'm gonna let it go. Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And sir, if I'm going to ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, like it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset Police Station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Anna had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC Police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Anna's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to like scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer because it was wider than the pike pole to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
But what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then what's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Anna Walsh.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives have a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
A mass crime net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore.
Correct.
So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there were any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted in, or excuse me, a area search with a canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell
in
us
the rear of the house, excuse me.
the rear of the house? All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon,
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Anna.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request for additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes,
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
about 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought them up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house,
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper Chico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers.
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
Now, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. That interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Khan and Trooper Chico?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have it as 50.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th? Thank you.
The recorder is on. It is 1956, January 5th, 2023. We were at, we're home, we're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico, I'm assigned to the Northwest DA's office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
and Sergeant Garrett is at Cohasset.
Brian.
Beautiful.
Other.
So I'd just like to circle back to, I'd like to circle back to last weekend. So could you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, I remember when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until and 11. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the first, so Sunday morning?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally gets out of there for this 7 or around 7-ish. So when it's about light, and then I get up, and then sorry.
No.
And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning.
Yep.
I didn't. I'm 50-50 on 100%. So we went down and I made French toast for one of the days off. I made French toast and I made French toast. I was expecting to see my mother later. So the kids and I played with all the gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then I had to go out to get for low on orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's. And then I went to I got off a good bit late to go see my mother. And then we went to Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back. That was pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to your interview. And you said that, I think you said at the beginning that Brian had woken you at about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye normally.
So you did wake up and
I knew, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just said bye and I went back to sleep.
okay, no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go. We've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too. I was too well up for the kids. So.
Okay, and then but your son also saw Tana before you left.
Yeah, when I came down, I said, "Sorry, Mom, I had to go early," and he said, "I know it's fine."
So this is like 7:30 years old.
Yeah, I came down at 7. He was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's
fine.
yeah.
To clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore.
Can you tell me what she was wearing? Like when
when she left, if you remember? I'm sorry, I really, she had a dress on her, with, her underwear, I guess the stuff is down here, sometimes she keeps it in her, sometimes, because she's getting herself ready in her underwear normally, so, but I know she always got a black dress normally or something on, that's her standby, or she has one of the flowery dresses, but I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore, she had to have worn her short black coat, because I was listening, she wore her Hunters, which is odd, normally she wears fancy shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
And the pocketbooks, stuff like that?
Yeah, she had a Louis Vuitton bag,
Yeah.
and then she had her black bag. I think it was Prada one, but she has like 5 or 6 Prada bags.
You're confident that she took that with her, like that hasn't turned up in the
No,
house here?
the only thing that turned up was when you were here last night at Tiffany sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where?
Where she left her
It
sunglasses?
was Thomas that found them, right? No, William?
Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there and start like taking stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked you there. Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, it's totally, this is not a normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out. And the week before, she was late for Christmas because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, are you coming? You're missing. I emailed her and I called people and she's like, hey, I missed the flight. I was canceled. I'm driving up. So I didn't have the phone and she wasn't coming. So I held off. And then I should have called work on Tuesday. I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have the phone was with I think it was in bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it. Robin took the name you just met was up there, and then Thomas, I guess they went in the garbage to report because I guess they brought his phone on his phone away a while ago in the garbage. So they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs to play with William, and then brought the phone down. And I think Robin was there, so and then we got a drone for my mother. So and that's when I called. When I got my phone back, I called. That's when things I got. Normally now you can call. It's been a while. That's the last time I know what's going on.
Right.
So I didn't. She didn't give me the exact what was going on with the emergency. Normally she updates me. She's had several emergencies at the FBI storm crossing at one point. That was her building. Huge leaks in Mazda or TJ Maxx was going to leave, and then there was this kind of resident that she was dealing. So anytime she had one of these big, like she debriefs me on it pretty quick.
Yep. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on it like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday.
Monday.
So it was a Monday.
You said what, 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33 because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you do French toast, you run some errands, OJ and milk.
Yeah, that was later. That was later in the afternoon. And during the morning, it was the French toast, and then we would play with a bunch of toys for Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So.
Okay. So then, you went to see your mother?
Yeah, after I left around the 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No. They stayed with Rob.
They stayed with Rob.
Yeah, they
Okay.
stayed with Rob. But I was considering, if Anna was here, maybe we were all gone, and I would have gone, and some of the, things changed, switched up, but we had Robin, scheduled for.
Okay. So, what vehicle did he drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I
Oh, okay. Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's, so a bunch of people have come to, visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there, yeah.
Okay, all right. And then, so, the pickup truck, who's that?
That belongs to, Robin.
Okay, and then so.
That belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have other cars in here, and then the press, so.
Okay, very good. So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
And, what, is she, it's the Swampscott?
Yeah, yeah.
Give me address.
330 Paradise Road.
What was that?
My son's doing something.
Okay.
So, sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
That's true, some people would call them.
Yeah, I bet. Sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head, as I said, it was a job of her dreams, and she'd done like 2 or 3 times the money that she had been making before, and she was worried, to a certain extent, that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jen, who was here, on New Year's Eve.
But what did she do?
Yeah, she was his, so he runs a real estate company,
Yeah.
and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a way larger scale.
Yeah.
Like multi-billion-dollar company, and, it was a lot. It was overwhelming. It was, unbelievably overwhelming.
I know that in the previous conversation we had with Detective Spence last night, you mentioned that, the distance, the issues that you're having on your end.
Yeah.
This job, your cost and depression.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just gonna ask, pointed question there, has she ever talked about suicide?
No. She never said that. She talked to Jen for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year was been, and how she was really unhappy, about the trial, and things taking, or the court case taking longer, us not being able to be together. And she kept saying, "I'd come back," and then she's like, "Well, I can only have 100,000, a smaller job." And I was like, "No, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out." She was going to see a psychiatrist when she first actually brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He spoke to me about it today, and he basically said, "Hey, so it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. If she had a problem, she could do it in a healthy way." So that was his experience.
Okay, so no past talk, no past attempts,
No
nothing like that.
No.
And is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together, and think about when kids grow up, how much more time we have together. So, during the pandemic, with all the family time best for us, it just wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So, a friend, my mother was like, "What do you think about Anna?" And we're just losing the friends. It looks like we really enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't. That wasn't the problem. Also, I mean, it's just the idea of separation for her comes from like a family that her mother and father for 47 years. And for me, coming from a divorce family, not enjoying that was like it just really wasn't. I mean, I don't think so. At least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she wasn't telling us something. It's always that possible, but for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past, years ago, you lived together in DC, right?
We lived together, yeah, for a year.
And then there was some problems, like I think 2013, and you came here,
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like, DC's not working. And then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in like DC?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, that's not a fair statement. It wasn't that I didn't like DC, just, it was, maybe I wasn't ready for such a serious relationship at the time, and I was uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers to it. And I wasn't used to what a relationship meant. I was just a solo operator, and now I wasn't, and that was difficult for me. I struggled with that. So I think that was it. And then Anna realized that she wanted to be with me, and then being in Boston was fine. So and then things.
Ms. Gilman, could you pause, please? And for the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great. We're going to take our lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, please. Close the notebooks.
Break.
You missed it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anybody need anything before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, everyone, we got a lot of information there. Jen J is saying all these officers are connected to Karen Reed and Walshe, also with her case. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I need to look up when the Karen Reed, when all of that happened. I can't remember. Was it winter of 22, 23? I'll have to look it up. So what we're seeing so far, we heard the opening statements from both the prosecution and the defense. The prosecution, I think, was very clear in what they stated. It was all the information that we kind of already knew. And the defense shocked us all, right? And the defense told us that, Brian was not involved in Anna's death, was involved in the disposal of Anna's body, which he has pled guilty to, but wasn't the reason for the cause of death. Yes, TMTB. So on New Year's Eve, December 31st, they had several people come over to the home. One of those people was someone named Jem. If I'm not mistaken, in the testimony we've been hearing in those recorded conversations, Jem was actually Anna's boss. It seemed like they were work related somehow. And then January 3rd, Anna was supposed to, so Jem stayed in the home until 1:30 on New Year's Day, so AM. So an hour and a half after the countdown. Then Karen Reed was 2022. It was winter, right, of 2022, Jen J. Then Jem left the home, and nobody has communicated with Anna since Jem left the home. Earlier, they said that Anna's phone was working into January 2nd, 3 a.m. So that would be a full 24 hours, 26 hours. Her phone was still operational, but we'll hear more about the details of that. And January 3rd, Anna was supposed to go into work. She didn't show up to work. January 3rd or 4th, her coworkers reported her missing. Then, if I'm not mistaken, and we'll find out more information about this, um, Brian called the police and reported her missing. Oh, and he even said, I remember something along the lines of, "Oh, well, it's nothing. It's not that serious. I'm sure she's totally fine, but I just wanted to let you know. No one's really heard from her." His story back then was that on January 1st, she wakes up, she says, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, she says, "I'm going to catch a flight. I have to go back to work. There's a work emergency." She takes either an Uber or a Lyft, gets and is supposed to have gotten on a plane and left. We're hearing here also that when they looked at Brian's phone, the detective was saying during that first interview on January 4th that when he looked at Brian's phone, Brian shared screenshots of a JetBlue ticket. So I want to know more about that. And I'm sure we'll hear more about the details of that ticket. Am I missing anything? So they interviewed on January 4th, and it seems on January 4th, there were 2 police officers there, one of them being this Sergeant Schmidt, and one of them being, I think, the responding officer. Um, I can't remember the name. But after they recorded that sit down interview, which is the one we were hearing all of the children in the background, and many of you caught him talking in the past tense about Anna. They did the walkthrough of the house. When they did the walkthrough of the house, I don't think they took the pictures because, according to Sergeant Schmidt, the pool was completely full, and when they returned to take pictures, no, January 4th, the pool was completely full. Then I think the next day when they went back to start taking pictures, the pool had been drained, and that's where we saw the icky green stuff. Um, she texted him from where at 5 a.m. She didn't text him. She was in bed according to him, in bed next to him. She woke up and she said, "I need to go to work. There's a workplace emergency." She called herself an Uber or a Lyft. I think there was even mention maybe that he didn't leave the bed. He just let her go off. And yeah, and that was January 1st, allegedly, but she was actually supposed to go back to work January 3rd. Okay, so then going back to the opening statements, we heard the defense come, and the defense has previously, like Brian, has pled guilty to the disposal of Anna's body, right? So he's pled guilty to everything that comes after January 1st, 2 or 3 in the morning, whenever her time of death was. Now the question is, and I think this is why this is the defense's strategy. The question is, okay, well, yeah, he was involved, and he's already saying he was involved in disposing of her body, but was he the cause of her death? Did he actually kill her? And this is where the defense is saying he went downstairs, he was cleaning the kitchen, Anna was sleeping in bed. He gets up, he goes upstairs, lays down in bed next to her, and she had passed away from natural causes. This is his current story, even though there's all this massive cover up. He told the police he potentially bought a JetBlue plane ticket because she didn't have to go to work. Who bought that ticket? So there was a massive cover up that was happening. Yeah, he has already changed his story. Charlie says multiple times, yep, exactly, Lisa. Anna wasn't just a, and it's actually pretty horrific, the things that they're saying he did. I watched a couple of documentaries about it, and they have footage of him based on, I want to say they're informal documentaries. And the reason I want to say they're informal documentaries is because we don't know how this evidence was obtained. We don't know if it's going to be admissible in court, but there is video footage of him throwing heavy things into dumpsters in the north and the south part of the state. They've never been able to recover her body at all. And they actually say that, and this is why I think he got in trouble for evading the police, which was his original arrest on January 8th, wasn't for murder. It was for, I forget exactly the phrase, but misleading the police. He was misleading the police. Because if he hadn't misled the police, they may have gotten to the dump in time to find her body. But not only was it destroyed, but it was incinerated, I believe. That trash was the contents of the dumps, not the dump site, but where they sorry everybody, but basically anything that was in the dump was burned, including Anna's remains. Yes, Carol, it absolutely proves intent. You are 100% right on that. We see he's changed his story multiple times. Leading up to this, we know he was having financial trouble. We are learning about how he was under federal house arrest. He had an ankle monitor, and that he was going to have to start paying money to the people that he committed fraud against, where tried to sell Andy Warhol paintings. I want to go back and listen to how he describes selling of those paintings. It was in the chat. I think I quoted it because I was like, well, that's one way to distance yourself from what you actually did when you sold fraudulent paintings, claiming they were Andy Warhol's original work. So that's interesting. If all of this case is really interesting to you, Resting Dollface and I, we recorded it's an hour-long video that we did where we went through the timeline of Anna and Brian's relationship, the timeline of the death, and all of these things. So that is the most recent published video that's posted on Revealing the Crime. So go check that out in your free time. But otherwise, we are going to be having a great time live streaming this. I think they come back in about 45 minutes from their lunch, and then the trial goes on, I think, for another 3 hours or so. So let's see, did I miss anything? So right now we heard the not the pre-recorded, the recorded interview from January 4th. We also heard part of, we didn't finish yet, the recorded interview from January 5th. Lisa says, so he had to receive payment for the pictures to be charged. Was it one picture or multiple pictures? From what I've seen, Lisa, when they show, it's only been one painting that we've seen. So TMTB is saying antisocial personality disorder. And I think maybe you're saying that, TMTB, because of unlawfulness, criminal behavior. I really like using the term cluster B because the behaviors are very similar, and the manipulation, the toxicity is really similar. So in my opinion, I think he is under the cluster B umbrella. Resting Dollface and I, we were chatting that in that video posted that Anna and Anna's friends and all the people around them said that the relationship between Anna and Brian moved very fast. And that to me is a hallmark of a relationship with someone that's cluster B. Things move very, very, he's a cluster, all right. Yeah, Charlie, he's a cluster of something. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Oh, hi, Rosalie. Thanks for joining us here. So is there anything I missed? Is there anything we want to add to or clarify? Because I also will take a break for a little bit. But I want to say I'm so excited to be here with all of you and watch this with all of you. I forgot how much fun this was when we were doing the Karen Reed trial. And for that one, it felt like we only saw the closing arguments, and then we were on jury watch for 3 days. And this one, we're actually seeing the trial straight from the get-go. It's, it makes me wonder, when am I gonna make content for revealing the narc? So are you coming back after lunch? Yes, I will definitely be back after lunch. So, it looks like the the trial will continue in about 45 minutes. I don't remember if they said the lunch was 1 hour or an hour and a half. Um, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll find out today, and we'll see what the customarily what it is. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the stream running, because if I close it out, then I have to start a new live stream. So the stream will keep going. I may turn my camera off, um, to conserve battery. We'll see. But I have my audio up. So as soon as they start coming back, I will jump back on camera. Um, so Lisa, I'm not going to close out this live. I'm just going to have it keep running. So just click on the same link, or if you can keep it running on your computer, just because I think it gets complicated to do it that way. And I think for viewers, in a couple of months, if they come back and they want to watch it, day one is one full live stream. And then it looks like we're going to have a day two, everybody. And what I'm going to do around 11 a.m., yes, Pacific time. So in about 45 minutes, I want to say. Thank you so much, Agatha, for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate all of you so much. Was there anything else I wanted to say? Um, yeah, for tomorrow's live, I'm not going to do the vertical live, because I think it's creating separate conversations, and I like that we're all able to communicate here in a single chat. So yeah, I will see all of you in a little bit. I hope you enjoy the a little bit of a break, and I'll talk to you all soon. See you soon, everybody.
BBC, close the session.
Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Walsh is back in the courtroom.
Thank you.
Hello, hello, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. We are back in court,
Yes, thank you.
getting ready for the second half of
Your Honor,
the
before the
day.
jurors come in, could I ask? We have created a blank calendar for the jurors and for everyone. I believe it was a motion to eliminate and it was unopposed. Could I mark one for ID and then pass them out, have the court officers pass them out to the jurors?
I'm fine without any objection to that.
No, you don't.
All right.
And I'm giving one to the clerk. Well, actually, the reporter first. Skip it.
It's not H.
Thank you. H for ID.
I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Oh, you're still eating cheese and crackers. Awesome. I made tea. I have my tea ready to go. And yeah, let's see.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
We just started, Lisa.
Remain standing, please. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You have the witness back on the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Want those hand out now, Your Honor, or you want to wait?
Oh, we'll wait till he gets back on the stand.
Your Honor, may we continue with Exhibit 54? I believe we left off at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman?
And I was happy with anywhere we were at that point, but that was, I mean, we grew up with.
And I don't ask this to upset anybody, is there any extramarital with you or?
No, not at all. Certainly not with me. And, not that I have any information that's on us, like, everyone who called me, it's amazing, like how to work all this. The same story that I had is the same story Alyssa and Bella moved back to what gave me, is that she works all the time and she flies home to see you guys and she comes back and she's constantly working. And, she said that she would like eat her bed and pass out a lot. So that was everyone else's experience. So yeah, I would be surprised of that. When we were younger, we were seeing, when we were first dating, we were seeing other people. But that was 12 years ago, more.
So in your experience, you had no suspicion that she was seeing someone else or doing anything like that? No indications that was going on?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, we were part, but we spoke a lot. That's why, like, people were like, well, don't worry if you haven't spoken to it. But we spoke all the time. We spoke in the morning and in the evening. So. And everyone, she rings, talk about her husband and kids. I mean, it seems weird to have an affair.
She had close friends here. I know she spent a lot of time in DC, and when she came here, she was talking to you, family most of the time.
Yeah.
Did she have someone that she would spend time with here, like a girlfriend? Or...
Yes. So there's Rima, a very good friend of hers. Ferreira. She is the head of HR for the Park Plaza Hotel.
How do you spell Ryan?
I know how to spell the first name, not the last name. Rayma, or Rayma. So it's Rayma. And then Ferrer, which I'm not as familiar with.
Take a guess.
Ferre, Ferrer.
All right.
And you said head of Park Plaza?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so Rima was, so when she was here, she spent most of her time with us. Trying to think who else were people that she would lead. Rima was the biggest, Jam, obviously. So I'm trying to think.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yeah.
I've got distracted, but Rima, Jam. Well, Peter was here.
Peter came by?
Yeah, Peter came, he didn't, I was like, I'm fine, he showed up anyways. It was like, he needs support, so that's Alice's brother. He lives in Walshe, so, we're pretty close with them.
So, you know Peter and
Anna went to, they had a leadership training together.
okay.
And
was Jim part of that as well?
Jim was part of my leadership training.
Oh,
yeah. So
okay,
that's
okay.
how a lot of us know each other through this.
Okay. So, Peter Kirby and leadership training.
Yeah, and she was what we call her group was B2 and my group was B3. We raised over $200,000 from the pandemic for those speakers.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
That's part of the leadership training is the community service project.
Okay.
Something Jim and I continue to do. So nice.
What do you think?
What do you think? I'm like, first it's been like, I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up and it's gonna be all over. I'm having a hard time like sleeping or thinking. And then the fact that my mother has an investigative team in DC who's now, they don't believe she went back to DC. And Jan and Della are like, well, where else does it go? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like if you said she went to New York or Mars, anyone could possible, because I have no idea where else she would go. And I talked to Candace today, who's a friend of ours, and I said she's not someone that would ever go haywire like that. That she was just like, go and not say anything to anyone or take a large sum of money from one of the accounts and just, leave people. She wouldn't leave us or the kids. I mean, it's not possible.
What do you guys do for banking? I know she's got the JetBlue card.
Yeah, so I everything's in her name the way I set it up. Like my grandfather's taught me, make sure your life is always taken care of. And with my legal problems, it's been useful. And also, she always pays things on time, and I do not. So
For the bank institution stuff like
yeah, so she's got Liberty Bank. She's got one in Marblehead, Grand Bank. And then she's Apple Credit Union in Virginia, which she's had for probably 10 years, 15 years.
Apple Credit Union?
Yeah. So all the money goes there. Then we got the Chase cards with the Fidelity, which something happened. Something happened to the Fidelity card when she was in Belgrade, so that hasn't been used really.
Is that like canceled?
It was, I think we might have, we haven't used that one. And then the JetBlue, which is the only one that I don't, do. I don't know if you can bank accounts, I don't deal with those, but I used to do all the investment accounts and all of the, view of.
Obviously, we want to contact these banking institutions.
Yeah.
If any activities going on.
Sure, I would, yeah, I would.
Have you been monitoring this?
I'm monitoring the Chase, the Fidelity, nothing's been going on, but the Chase, I used the Freedom Card, and the last time she used the Freedom Card in Belgrade, it doesn't have foreign transaction fees, so I was like, so I called her to go use the card there, so then she switched to the other Chase, and then she got the JetBlue, because she's like, hey, I want these 80,000 points, so that was the last sort of credit card conversation we had 6 weeks ago or something. 4 weeks ago.
Okay. When's the last time you checked the activity on these card accounts?
I had to check today because the Freedom we use for a company I work with, Fresh Goals, which is a sports card or mobility company. So they buy from their whatever the vendor, we put it on the credit card, and then they pay us back. So that's one of the. So I'm always checking that card.
Okay. Any suspicious activity on that?
No.
Any transactions you don't recognize?
There's nothing I don't recognize. No.
Okay. As far as travel, has Anna done any like domestic travel in the United States in the past year or two, like anywhere?
It's been DCA to Boston, and then I forget if you went to Chicago or New York. She went to Chicago to meet some of the head brass at Tissue Inspired. Then she went to Belgrade, and that was it. No, she was complaining about travel since my problem, so we were looking to do something at some point.
So Chicago for what?
Yeah.
What was the destination that you really wanted to go to?
Oh, Japan. She kept saying, "Why don't we take her to Japan?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." It was
on my list.
I had done a lot of business there years ago. I said, "It's good." She loves the Japanese food, so.
Going back to her phone, you guys have a family plan or you had a family plan?
Okay, so we have a family plan. When she got the job at Tissue Inspire, she's like, trying to decide what to do. She's like, 11. She wanted to take her phone over, so she ported it over, and then she left the family plan that we had.
So you have no access to like her.
I know.
Records.
No, but Tissue Inspire was, right? So,
Yeah, well, that's.
you're not, I thought you had the phone number.
We've been talking with them, but they're a big company, so getting information from the bigger
Oh,
companies.
really?
So, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were just handed right over.
They always have to be corporate attorneys.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah, if she was on the family, I mean, I'm so upset. If she was on the family plan, I could like hand it right over to the guy right now. Yeah, all the phones, mother, my older brother, me, and on it, so.
Okay.
Anna was married to the family?
She was, yes.
Any, what's the relationship like with her?
They don't talk anymore.
How long ago was that marriage?
I guess she got. She must have gotten divorced in 2012. And it was only like the last 3 years or so.
So they don't have, to your knowledge, or?
I keep asking, because, we talk to Margie, like, we won't talk to her. They were talking a little bit, but once we started having kids, that was it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, you said you keep asking what?
I said, if you want to talk to Mark, it's been a long time, we had a good relationship. I mean, it wasn't a bad person, just didn't bring everything out, so. But she said that every time she's reached out to him, he hasn't gotten back in touch with her. But he lives in DC. That's where they're at.
What's his name?
Mark Knipp.
Mark Knipp?
Yeah, it's spelled Knipp, Knipp. One of the Chase cards is under that Mary's name.
Okay.
We don't use that one. That's the first one she got with him. But that changed it from, so it's on the Knipp on the card.
But it's still an active credit
It's
card?
an active card, but we haven't used it. There's $229 credit on it. It hasn't been, no one's used it for the last 6 or 7 months. So.
Do you normally carry a large amount of cash with her?
So we've discussed this occasionally, but I mean, there's been times when she only had $50 with her. Like, she had $10,000 when she came back from Belgrade. She brought it for a lawyer who's Serbian, who lives in, he went there, lives in, what's the, I'm sorry, it's by the water, near Boston, Winthrop. They live in Winthrop, so we took it over. So that would be a lot of money for her, but she has had, 2,000 to 5,000 at times. But
For personal use?
no, she just like cared if we had cash for fresh pulls, or if there was some money I could give to, but then she would forget. So that there were times when she'd be carrying a lot of cash. But I don't know if she had a lot of cash on her this time. I don't go for the moment, so. But there are times where I said to me, money, she's only at $50. But she always dresses like she had a lot.
There was no financial trouble, nothing like that.
No, actually, we're doing better than ever right now. We're facing restitution charges, but the new job and where the real estate has worked out, we're really in good shape.
Did you guys have any arguments or anything on New Year's Eve?
No.
New Year's Day before she left?
No, I wasn't enough time on New Year's Day to have an argument, but New Year's Eve, everything was fine. We were excited, what she wrote, Peter saw what she wrote for it was very positive, and Jen was here, and it was exciting. Like 2022 was a hard year, but 2023 is going to be the best ever. She was and it's just not, no, it doesn't really get there at all.
You guys have you had arguments, major arguments in the past, anything like that?
So the biggest, and yes, I mean, the integrity is that we haven't arguments, but we're very aligned with almost everything that we do. We really have a lot of the same tastes, and ultimately we defer to each other with what the other person's good at. But the biggest argument we had in 2022 was when she had to go to Belgrade for 2 weeks, and that was a 2 weeks of vacation. I was like, I don't think you hear boys for 2 weeks, so I have to go to Belgrade. So yeah, that was our biggest argument, and I couldn't get in touch with her. My mother wanted me. I couldn't get in touch with her for the first few days in Belgrade because the phone didn't have international. So I was upset about that. So that was the only other time this year that didn't have contact with her daily.
So you normally have daily contact with them?
Yeah, more than once.
What's the longest you found no contact?
The 3 days in Belgrade, and there was the last week of December, there's some points in December where there was like 24-hour gaps, which was really not normal. And then when she was supposed to be here, she wasn't, and I was like, I'm gonna file some persons report, you're missing, where are you? But like 24 hours, 36 hours would be a lot of time. But I was making a big deal out of it over the last couple of months, and everyone told me to relax about it, and then I did. So I feel pretty good.
When you guys did communicate, what was the conversation like?
Well,
Just any time, like during the last couple months when she's been traveling.
Oh, yeah.
To work.
I mean, well, yeah, it's been like, she always says, hey, hello, and this is what I'm doing today. I said, oh, the boys are up. Sometimes I would send photos of the kids. She would send me photos of what she's doing. We have a recap. Anyway, at night I was like, oh, I'm tired. The kids are driving crazy. There's no food because I do all the cooking normally. So I'm going to go to coffee to get something to eat. And, it's just a recap of it. Normal as if we were together. Yeah, as if we were together without being in person. But there were some nights on that I remember December like 23rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st, we didn't have those calls because I think I'd been sick and she was tired, so we went to bed. Kids sometimes I go to bed like, if you guys not come, I was going to go to bed. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm going to try to get some sleep tonight. So it's not uncommon for us to go to bed very early.
Is there any mental health issues any indicators to you that something is amiss there or any diagnosis?
No, and not for me, my mother might have a different opinion certainly, but yeah, she's like that. Well, I guess they're not, and probably pushing, it's the pushing, and not a mental problem. Yeah, sorry. No, I mean, probably, if I really couldn't think of anything. I mean, she'd never, thought about psychiatry or even discussed it until recently.
Has she ever been violent or anything like that?
No.
Have you guys ever had a physical confrontation?
No, none of that stuff.
It's for us coming in here. It's tough because we obviously want to find out as quickly as possible. We don't know her, and there's many common reasons why people go missing. I'm trying to get the answer to those questions.
Well, please feel free to ask any questions that you have. Don't worry about moving with that. I understand that you're here to find out and you're working for her.
Well, all right. I mean, one of the reasons someone goes missing is because they were abused or injured or assaulted. Did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, sir. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. All we want is to have her back. This family doesn't work without her. I mean, we can't function without her.
You guys have never had a physical fight, nothing like that before?
No, not at all.
I mean, so there's no mental health, there's no financial problems, there's no extramarital affairs, no physical abuse. The only stress I'm hearing right now is the work.
Being separated.
Separation, depression from the combination of those two.
Yeah. Also, her mother being ill, she had a major neurological event last year, and that's why she had to go to Belgrade. So the big pressure from that. My mother has had some health problems. So, and then the kids, it all adds up. I mean, I want you to know, up until I'm looking at it now, it's nothing compared to this. It seemed like a lot a week ago. Being apart, the mother's not doing well, the legal problems, the kids growing and you're worried about all of those things seem like a lot.
So you worked with her?
I think we discussed them both. Like I was like overwhelmed by the 3 children. This is a really bad situation. We discussed splitting them up. Like Tom would go with her, and then want to split the kids up. So why did they help the kids? And I was like, how is that going to be for your job? I mean, we did not have a good solution. I mean, it up until, it felt untenable until right now. Go back to that moment, it'd be very easy for me to work out. I still have my partner would be here right now to work it out.
Where would you go to look for it? I mean, if you could go anywhere right now, where do you go to look for it? You have a favorite place? You have,
we we've yelled at everyone. We were exhausted. We do all the hotels and the hospitals. And a favorite restaurant in DC, which is near the house. There were investigators waiting there all day, people or something like that, because they thought maybe we should go there. But I don't know. Anna was not someone who would just want to go out and she was adventurous, but not that adventurous. When she had a layover in Frankfurt, I think, and I told her to, her flight was delayed, so I said, go into town. I don't know. She's not someone who would want to do it by herself. That would be, she would always want to do it with me or at least someone else. I like to think it would only be with me, but obviously, it wouldn't be something, she would just go off on her own, like my father was traveling by himself and seeing big and things like that. So that was not my experience in Lana.
and this tough week last week, you don't think it rises to the level of wanting to hurt herself or anything like that?
I just can't, I mean, I personally can't imagine that. But she did, I mean, I remember, I talked to Alyssa about it today, where she's a friend of Carrie Westbrook. And I guess she was gonna go see her. They've been good, they came up at the end of Washington together. I don't know what happened, she was trying to get there, but SIM card broke, and she was exhausted, not feeling well. I saw her, she was on FaceTime with Biden because the SIM card was broken. And I was like, I guess maybe I was complaining about some stuff, and she's like, hey, you're break, I'm not doing very well. It's the first time she ever said that. I say that all the time, I'm not doing well, but it was the first time she ever said that to me. So that was new, and Jen said that she seemed different, but I mean, the extent that you're talking about, to this extent, is, this is just unbelievable.
Was that before or after Christmas?
It was before Christmas. No, SIM card went down after Christmas because she got in touch with me very quickly, so it wouldn't leak out.
Well, I know you said you're willing to, do whatever you can to help the investigation. We thank you for that. And, part of that, I think, is trying to understand Anna. And I think if you would allow us to look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her and like her tone. And you said in the interview that she said that she may have used your phone occasionally to receive stuff.
Yeah.
I think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st and the 31st and the 1st, and maybe get a better insight into Anna. Is that something to be okay with?
Just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
We will download, the extraction will download all the contents to your phone, yes.
Oh, that's a lot.
What we're focusing on though is, what we're interested in, yes, download everything, but we're interested in looking in and finding information specifically in there that would help us do that. The anti-Semitic content.
That's a huge amount of personal information, gentlemen.
It's a big ask, but there's a lot on the line.
No, there is all this.
You know what I mean?
What's your concern?
I don't know.
Are there other legal issues?
That's one of them. I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be because Tracy might have called me today about what's going on. And
Who's that?
Tracy Myers was representing me.
Okay.
So she said, before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me. I want to do everything I can to support this 100%, but I gotta call her about it.
She said before you do anything, like turn over the phone or
No,
anything?
before you do anything else. I mean, she always wants to be here to talk to law enforcement. I said, well, I'm going to talk to them and give them money that they want. I have to ask her quickly about that. I'm sure it would be fine, or she might say, hey, can we just do the information that you're asking for?
Right.
Well, that's all we would be interested in. We'd be interested in your communication with Anna and dates. So, the 31st and the 1st, the present. We're not interested in your other tasks.
No, I understand.
And, that, instead of believing that you're represented by counsel in that matter. I don't, I'm not legal, despite being a police officer, I'm not a legal expert, but talk to your attorney, but I believe that require a search warrant for that stuff to be used against you, and that's not what we're looking to even.
How long would it take for you to download it?
It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Canton, it would take, depending on how many gigabytes of data.
Yeah, like 128 ago.
It's a small one.
Then, I don't know, it could be 30 minutes, 32 hours.
Okay, so now it's
About an hour to download. Yeah. I think it would be useful to our investigation. I think it would be
Okay.
helpful.
All right, well, I wanted to know that I'm absolutely, that is my intention.
Sure.
And my only request is to talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. At least let her give me what my exposure would be in life.
Right. Just so you're aware, if there's any piece of my you're out of the community caretaking function.
No,
Just so we're abundantly clear.
I'm fully aware of that, and, no, I appreciate it, and I want you to know I'm not going to, I'll be very quick with it. And if Tracy and I were talking in the morning, then we'll do the process, I'll just give you the phone, or I come to Canton, or, I mean, to be away from, I do a lot of work on the phone as well, it's the.
We can come get it, and, we should do it here.
Yeah. Oh, really?
We have a portable device.
Okay.
Bring it here and, do a download. Guy who works in my office that does it efficiently. Send him over.
Okay, great. So, will you guys, the gentleman, honor my request to give me a moment to talk to Tracy about it?
No one's taking your phone from you.
No. I haven't, but I don't, I'm only interested in finding out, and I don't care what it takes, but, I just have to make sure that, that I listen to all the advice I have come my way, which is a lot. Actually, I do apologize, but, I most likely will be able to do that, and I'll be able to do it tomorrow. And that is my intention and my declaration.
Is there any, what possessions do we know that she did not have on her person? What's in her wallet? We know she had a wallet, she didn't bring her sunglasses.
She has a ring and her wedding band, which is diamonds.
Okay.
So she's got the engagement ring, the wedding band, and then she has, I think she bought some, she had a ring and a necklace that matched that she bought in Serbia. Then she had her luggage, Louis Vuitton, Prada, and she had a Prada bag, or usually a Prada bag, and then, what else did she have? She was in a Rolex or Hermes watch, and
Rolex or what?
Hermes, Hermes, Hermes watch. She would have she had some small diamond earrings.
Usually she's wearing all this when she left.
I think she had I heard she had the Rolex with the Hermes, but it was the Hermes watch she had.
That she read.
Yeah.
It's not here now.
Yeah, so because everything's at Washington DC.
What's
All of our stuff is in Washington DC. There's like 2% of the stuff.
But this stuff here came with her.
Yeah, all this came with it.
It's just a short black jacket, is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't know what kind of pants or she was wearing?
I'm not sure. And the 100 boots is weird. Normally she wears like leather boots, like Prada boots or something she wears. So, that was I heard about her. So what was it? Who was there?
Does she leave any belongings here, like for the trees, any?
Yeah, she's got a couple things in the up in the bathroom that's mixed with all of our stuff, and then she has her pajamas and there's underwear and different clothing. She's got a drawer over in. Remember I took you upstairs and there was Brian's room?
Yep.
Yeah, one of the drawers there. She's got all her clothing. Okay. But so she has enough clothing to last for a day or two, and then she has and then she brings some stuff. So.
Have you had conversations with Thomas about what exactly you saw that morning?
He did. It's all, it was 6-year-old guys.
What do you got, buddy?
Did you make some? Oh, did you just make some art? Oh, that's so nice.
What do we have?
Do you want to explain it?
Okay with you? Yeah. Shows us this, and I asked Thomas some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well,
I like this.
not bad for some, better than I could do. But the gist was that, and Thomas, when there's action, he loves it. So his mother came down and then said, "I gotta go." And then one of the ladies, "I love you. I love you, see you soon." And then she left. And first he said she went to a taxi. And then I said, was the car up here? And he said, no, it was all the way down there. So I said, you didn't see the car. He said, no. And I was like, okay. And then I was like, so, yeah.
That's pretty much what I want to ask him. It's actually,
So it's, yeah.
See if we get the same answer.
Yeah, of course. So.
If you saw a vehicle that you got into, obviously, doesn't sound like he did, but we'll ask him again.
Yeah, and he kept saying it was a taxi, and I was like.
But I know you mentioned, I can't remember, does she normally take Uber or Lyft?
Normally it's Uber, but she has Lyft as well, I know that.
Have you guys ever called the local taxi company?
I have, I called, John's Taxi or something several times, I forget what it was, but I would pull it up and I would call, but I would call in the mornings, I didn't book it on time, it's very hard to get it at like 5 in the morning.
Right. How did you normally get to the airport?
Yeah, Uber, yeah. Did you guys get in touch with Uber?
That is one of the people that are getting back to us.
Because we've called as well, and they are like not. Because I said it's they said I'm sorry, I can't do that. But that's like Jen and Della are like, well, we just have to find out what the Uber took. And I was like, that would be helpful, yeah.
And that was under her name, like.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not a business account or anything like
No,
that.
all of the apps and stuff were under her, yeah.
It would be under like her.
Oh, Tissue's Fire? Or.
Nip.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Something like that.
No, the last thing Nip was that credit card.
It's a pain to change names over in all your accounts, so sometimes you just leave it alone,
Yeah, well, when we met, she did it to Nip, and then when we got married, she did it to Nip and Walshe. But I don't think there's anything left, maybe chips, but maybe in Belgrade there is. Actually, she does have a Serbian passport.
Okay. She's Serbian.
She does, yeah.
Is she at US also?
Yes, yes.
Where does she keep the Serbian passport? Where does she carry it around with her?
Yeah, she does. Normally she has a U.S. passport with her. She carries like the Serbian passport. She wouldn't carry it because it's not useful. They won't here in the United States.
I'm just gonna sneak in there. If they're asking Tom's questions, I don't wanna ask them the same
Okay,
questions, so
yeah.
I just wanna see if they're asking them.
Go ahead.
So what's he working on? He's trying here.
We have to ask
Can
him.
you decipher for me?
No.
I don't have kids, so I can't translate the drawings.
Well, he's doing some math for us,
Yeah.
and he's got the happy face and the heart. But then he's got his spooky movie stuff over there. And then the colorful heart is new to me. Actually, no, it's not true. He enjoys that. He was doing a colorful rainbow before, but now he's doing a colorful heart. So the kids have no idea what's going on over there. Having a grand old time with all of this. They're so used to it the last 69 or 89 months now, Mommy comes and girls.
Yes.
She's like, hey, Doc, so later, okay, see you soon. Bring chocolate.
What's your schedule like tomorrow?
Pretty good. What would you require or request?
Well, we would like to talk to the kids, but we have trained professional who just interviews kids, it's not a police officer. A civilian that works with the DA's office, and it's not at a police station, it's actually at a very nice house in Foxborough, near Gillette Stadium.
It's not too far from here, right?
Well, it's probably 45 minutes.
Okay, got it.
So it's actually right behind Gillette Stadium on
Peyton Road.
yes, that's Peyton Road. But it's right behind Gillette generally. And it's a good setup. It's actually like just a couple of couches and chairs and toys.
You want to talk to Brian Hamlin
just bring the kids, well, obviously the 2-year-old's, yeah, she's not speaking, I'm guessing much.
Some words, but William doesn't speak that. I mean, he speaks a little bit. I mean, he's like, I forgot about the phone, so.
I think you can bring all the kids, toys for them to play with, and we'll see if, we're just gonna have the, person ask him questions about mom, and, last time, recent conversations they can remember with her, and that's pretty much it.
That's fine.
And, it's really kind of like a nice, casual, comfortable setting for children. It's specifically designed for that. We actually use it, for like children who are victims and stuff like that. It's really easy going, and you'll see, and you sit down before anyone talks to anyone, you can see for yourself the situations. If you can get, I think we can get the kids in tomorrow. If
What time?
I don't know what time yet,
Okay.
but we can call you in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta just, we normally I take him to school, so, I would certainly be willing to organize that, and I'll talk to Tracy about, maybe give you all of it tomorrow.
That's actually, that was a good idea. That would be convenient.
Well, I mean, we don't have extra time, I'm an emergency, so.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, what time are you, about 7 in the morning, you said?
Unfortunately,
That's what time my house gets up to.
yeah, no, right, how old are your children?
1.5 and 4.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, the 4-year-old, is starting to give you positive feedback, right?
Oh, yeah, he's fresh. Let me see if I can get the time here.
Yeah, it's usually a really nice woman does the questions, it's just a conversation.
It's fun. If anything that you feel is going to help, I'm willing to do. That's what you need to know.
We're trying every avenue here.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Usually, we just need one little bit and we can.
All right, great.
So typically, something will jump out.
Okay, I love that. Tom's gonna have the time of his life.
You won't have a problem talking.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I guess there's no one scheduled to be in there tomorrow, as far as like children being interviewed,
Mhm.
so it's probably wide open.
Okay.
Just gotta see what time the counselor is available to be there. I'm guessing probably pretty flexible, but like you said, rather get it done. Time is of the essence.
Well, I mean,
Everybody thinks done as possible.
waiting till Monday makes no sense at this point. We have no time.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So we can talk in the morning and confirm. I'll try to get you like a tentative time. Well, we can just plan on it. I mean, we can tentatively would like 10 o'clock work.
So I have to leave here at 9 or something, right?
You'd have plenty of time if you left it on.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
Oh, hi, William. Oh, yeah. What's it hello?
Hey, buddy.
That's hello? Yeah. Your iPad? Yeah, I'm gonna help you find it, okay? Okay. That may be a terrible mistake of giving them iPads at a young age. Now, that's ruined everyone's life. Remember when they didn't have electronics in bed when we were younger?
Well, my boss in Canada is gonna give me a time shortly, so before we leave, before they wrap up, and then hopefully we can set something up.
Any other?
Trying to think, anything else I have before we terminate that?
I'm trying to think. Is there any part of the house that we didn't consider looking at, or did she leave anything behind? Like any?
No, but if you guys wanna take another look, I mean, certainly open to that. If that's supportive, I know, I know you gotta look everywhere.
Right.
It's your job, I'm not, it's neutral, so.
We got a new set of eyes, so I wanted to just check
Okay, yeah, hey,
Time.
I love it, yeah.
Is there an attic?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic
No,
last time,
right.
so we definitely want to do that.
Yeah, okay, it's not one that you can, like, walk around. And,
Right.
we tried that and I broke the ceiling, I fixed the gas.
10 o'clock, anytime Kristen is in the council, that'll be there tomorrow, and I guess any time works. So 10 o'clock sounds okay to you, 10:30 or?
How long is the session? Because that's an important distinction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they can go a long time, but
Like an hour?
those are, the long ones are when we're actually have like a specific incident or a crime to actually dive into. In this instance, it's gonna be like, more of just like a conversation, and, you know, how the mom, you know, their sense of how mom is and stuff like that, I guess, you know. So I think it's gonna be, I guess my answer is, I don't think it's gonna be terribly long.
Well, do you think it'll be more or less than an hour?
For both of them, I would say an hour.
Okay, so if it's an hour,
Did you have to get back or something?
I'm just trying to figure out, the timing, I think 10 would probably work out just fine, so.
Okay, so let's plan on 10 o'clock. I'll get the address before we leave. And we'll plan that, we'll talk in the morning.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so you don't mind if we just take?
No, I think I'm for it. Yeah. Sure, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, do you want me to, I'll mark this up.
Yeah.
All right, it is, 20:53, Thursday, January 5, 2023, straight after report.
Sergeant, I'd like to ask some questions about January 5. After that, well, actually, there's people talking in the other room. Who are they?
The people talking on that table,
No, there's conversations going on behind you, it sounds like. What's going on there?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan are interviewing the defendant's mother, Diana Walsh.
And after the interview, did you have the opportunity to walk around the residence again?
Yes.
What did you see in the attic?
I went in the attic. The attic's unfinished. There's insulation and exposed floor joists.
But nothing else in there?
Correct.
Did you go back down the basement?
Yes.
What did you see in the basement?
If you go down the steps, to the right is utilities. If you go left, there's like a refrigerator, there's some storage boxes, some trash bags, some cleaning equipment.
Did you do anything with the trash bags?
I kind of manipulated the bag from the outside.
And what did you notice?
I felt like there was a carpet sample or a piece of a rug inside of one.
Did you open the bags?
I did not.
Did you have the opportunity to go outside again?
Yes.
What did you do outside?
We checked the shed, the backyard, walked around the property again.
And did you do anything with the pool?
We shined our flashlights into the pool again, but it was looked at with the floodlights the night prior.
Now, what about vehicles that night? Did you look at any vehicles?
We looked.
And what did you do to look at the Volvo?
We went through it more thoroughly.
And did anyone give you permission?
Yes.
Who?
The defendant.
And what did you find in the Volvo?
In the Volvo was a receipt and a cell phone.
And did you ask the defendant about the cell phone?
Yes.
And what did he say about the cell phone?
It was the eldest son's cell phone.
And the receipt, where was the receipt from?
Lowe's.
Was there a date on it?
January 4th.
And do you know which Lowe's?
Weymouth Lowe's.
Now, on January 5th, besides this interview that's recorded, did you have any other conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes, we spoke on the phone a few times earlier that day.
Well, let me ask you, when was the first time you spoke to him that day?
Just before 9 a.m. on that Thursday.
And do you remember the substance of that conversation?
I just let him know that we were working on the investigation and we would be in touch.
And when was the next time you spoke to him?
About 3:45 p.m.
And what What did you talk about in that conversation?
I had called him and left a message. He had called right back, and he asked about media and a PR person. And I had asked about if Anna carried large sums of cash on her. And he said sometimes yes, sometimes no.
What did he ask about a PR person?
He asked if he should get a PR person or talk to the media.
What did you say?
I said that he's free to talk to the media, although I don't recommend it.
Now, how long were you at the Walsh residence that night with the state police?
About 8 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
And what did you do after you left the Walsh residence?
We all went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
What did you do at the Cohasset Police Station?
We began digging into the financial institutions, but given the hour, they were closed and it was tough to get a hold of any record keepers.
So I take it now we're getting into January 6th.
Yes.
What did you do on January 6th as far as this investigation?
A large-scale search ensued. We brought in command posts and we established a staging area.
Who brought in command posts?
The Metro-elect command post was present and the Mass State Police command post.
Where were they set up?
Behind Stop and Shop at 400 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And how was the large-scale search done of the area?
There were canines. There was the Metro search and rescue team and the State Police CERT team conducting an area search of that wooded area.
Now, was anything recovered in that search?
No.
Sir, what was done to try and find surveillance video in that area?
Neighborhood canvases were conducted.
And how'd you do that?
We requested assistance from neighboring agencies, their detectives, to come in. We'd pair a detective with a trooper, and they go around checking residents and businesses for any sort of security footage.
What was done as far as press conferences on the 6th?
My Chief Quigley, gave a press conference on that Friday.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak to any people as far as witnesses on the 6th?
Yes.
Who'd you speak to?
Jem Mutlu,
And where did that conversation take place?
the Cohasset Police Station.
And who was with you when that conversation took place?
Trooper DeChico.
And that day on the 6th, what was done as far as obtaining any digital devices from the defendant?
We collected on consent some digital devices.
And who went there to get those, if you know?
Lieutenant Fanning,
From what department?
Mass State Police.
And now, sir, when is it the next time you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh after the interview on the 5th?
I spoke to him on the phone Friday.
The 6th?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
Saturday. And where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor, and the defendant.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Was anything returned to him on the 6th?
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Now, have you had the opportunity to review the statement from January 7th?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately reflect the defendant's statements?
it does.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have marked as Exhibit 55 the next drive that has the interview from January 7th.
Any new objections?
Same objection.
All right, they're acknowledged. The audio from 1/7/23 is now marked in evidence as Exhibit 55. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I begin playing Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
The recorder is on. It is 13:52 on 7/2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is
Dave DeCicco, I'm a DICICCO trooper with the Northwest Community.
Stuart Proctor, PRO, CTOR, Detective with Milton County DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walsh.
And I'm Brian Walsh.
perfect. Thank
And
you.
we've agreed that I get a copy of the report.
Absolutely.
We were just talking about social media emails and passwords that Anna may use. And, so staying on that topic, let's just go through all methods of communication that you know Anna uses. I also know she has a cell phone. Within that cell phone, applications that she uses to communicate, I know of Viber. And does that generate a separate phone number, or is that just within methods of texting like WhatsApp?
Yeah, it's, so she's used WhatsApp as well, but Viber is how she gets in touch with her sister mostly. But she used it a lot when she was in Belgrade.
Did she have any applications on her phone that generate a secondary telephone number that you know?
No.
Did she make any calls to
Instagram, she might use Instagram. I don't know much about that. And the iMessenger stuff has been, people been calling her on that. It's been coming on my phone over the last week, so.
And password for Instagram?
Those are the passwords that we use for stuff, the banking, so I don't know if she uses it for that or not.
And Theograph is capital B, local is DOGRAE1, dollar sign at the end.
Right. She usually uses that for accounts that we were, like, that she wanted to get me on, so like the credit cards. So maybe the bank accounts, I don't really ever look at the bank accounts, but Netflix and things like that.
Back to any other methods of communication? Well, Facebook, you have access.
I don't think I have access to that. Whatever she put in my phone is what I had, but Facebook, Instagram were the ones I knew, email, text, and phone calls. Venmo, I don't know if that's it. Yeah. Right, so Venmo would be something.
With regard to the financials, we had talked about, we gave us a list of 5 banking institutions that you guys use. If I remember correctly, it was Fidelity, Chase, Apple Credit Union, Marblehead,
Liberty Bay. Yeah, Grand Union, Liberty Bay, Liberty Bay is a credit union or something. And they have, they have one of their locations right here in Hingham. Or is that the credit unions in Virginia?
Is it Liberty Day or Liberty Home?
Liberty Bay, yeah.
And didn't she recently open an account in DC?
I think she was using her Apple credit union.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Capital One?
No, I had a credit card from Capital One.
She wouldn't have access to
No,
that.
definitely. No, not for that one, no.
All right, let's, anything else?
The money that was moved from the sale of the house to the escrow or 1031 exchange. I think what else? I mean,
Where is that account in escrow? Or just circling back to that?
Yeah.
But I think you said, what was that, about 4 million?
Yeah, so 200,000.
And is that, those are the proceeds from the sale of the street?
Yeah, yes, December.
December 29th is when the sale actually
That's when the money hit, yeah.
And what is the property that exchange is slated to go into?
Well, there wasn't anything chosen yet. There was possibilities in Baltimore, but there's also, talk about something here in Massachusetts. But Baltimore, I think, was the main focus.
Yeah, you guys have
No, there has been nothing.
And you have a couple other properties in there?
Two in Lynn, none in Revere.
And any other assets?
There's what's in Belgrade, there's a condo there and probably a small bank account that her and mother share. Yeah.
Is the condo in Belgrade in her name or is her
It's in
mom's?
mom's name. But they also have a piece of property across that her and her sister own. There's a piece of property across from the condo in Belgrade that her and her sister inherited from her father. And then there's her, it doesn't sound like she went international, but then there's the country house, which is about 45 minutes out of Belgrade. That's in her mother's name. It was never in her father's name.
And these are all, the assets we talked about in the US, those are all joint with you, correct?
Well, everything's in her name.
Well, yeah, in our name, but, fair enough. Is there any business dealings, properties that she's pursuing on her life without your?
Without my knowledge?
Well, without your knowledge, you wouldn't know, without your, input, so to speak, like she's kind of like, this is my project, I'm doing this, that sort of thing,
Yeah. No, that's not how our marriage works at all. If she was doing something like that, then I would have zero information about it. No, we talked about everything, when she was looking for the dog, she was looking for a new car, all these things.
So her business life, obviously, expire and then this real estate investment. That's what they're going on.
Only, my company, the Lens company. Yeah, it's a cybersecurity training company, and that's a new company that I've been working on with my business partners. So that's what I do, watching the kids and doing other stuff. So that's my main focus, and we've been building it up over the last 2 years.
Off the ground running?
It's off the ground running. It's not profitable yet, but we're looking to go cash flow positive this year. Training, yeah, human-based cybersecurity training.
So,
we work with an IA psychologist or workplace psychologist who's my business partner as well, and we come in and train high-functioning teams like yourself in multi-team systems. Right now, you're reaching out to all sorts of different teams, and the ability to work cohesively with another high-functioning team is very important, especially for cybersecurity and for cybersecurity breaks. So, and it's all about incident response.
Any major financial losses with that?
No, not at all. No, in fact, we're looking to close a large deal with the government. We've got 5 or 6 possibilities, and we have a partner in the UK called QA, where they sell a lot of trainings to private and public companies over there. So it's been moving pretty quickly for a small startup.
Other businesses that you have, is that your sole
That's the main.
business at the moment?
That's the main focus. Yeah.
The trading card business?
Yeah, there's the fresh pools, but that's not really a focus. It's just it's a mutual friend of Anna and I who asked for support, and we've been doing that over the last year or two, but looking to unwind out of that as fast as possible. Just wasn't a business that I was terribly interested in, and I was happy to support Jesse, but also I don't see the financial benefits of that.
Is there a lot of investment on your end for that? Or start that up?
Yeah, I mean, we helped them out with definitely a good amount of money, $50,000 or so.
Place to recoup that money?
Yes,
You're off in that business?
yes, yeah, the focus is to recoup that and actually to use that money for restitution. Yes.
What was the investment with cybersecurity?
Yeah, I can actually have the exact numbers on that. We've, I guess it would be 90, so it was $80,000 over 2 years.
That's on track.
We have we have a government contract now that's going to pay us $40,000 this year, and it's for over 5 years. So things go well, and then we haven't closed any of the UK deals. But once that happens, we would be cash flow positive. Both my partners and I are not taking any salaries out of those yet, though. So
Your partner in the trading card business?
he's
Is that
invested.
dissolving?
No,
Or
no, I'm not partners. No, I'm just a.
You invested?
Yeah, it was a support system for him, and we're friends. I saw opportunity during the pandemic. Things have really cooled off in that market, and that's why I'm moving to online. And hopefully, he got rid of one of his partners, and now he and someone else are going to run it themselves. When they're bringing on a couple other people, just just wasn't for me. He's invested over $100,000 in the business, and he hasn't taken any money or salary for the last 18 months, and he's looking to make another investment in the business possibly. Oh yeah, neither did I. They have some boxes like $10,000. It's kind of insane.
So is the plan for new partners, new investment partners is that how you're gonna recoup your 50?
Unclear at this time, excuse me, but he is bringing on someone who's got a huge amount of inventory, which is what they didn't have, and that's going to, off the sales of that, I could recoup my money definitely.
We brought up the restitution.
Yes.
What is the timetable for that to be resolved? What's going on?
We don't have a timetable.
They don't get
That's why
I have been pressing to get as much paid as possible, as soon as possible, but we don't have any deadlines.
So is the case of Bernstein? How that works?
I would like as much restitution as possible to be paid prior to sentencing.
Yeah.
At sentencing, whatever money has not yet been paid, we will have a time period to pay it set by probation. It's usually 3 to 5 years, typical. But it's always beneficial, everybody, the defendant, to pay off things as quickly as possible. So that's always my goal, but there's no timetable imposed.
What's the total dollar amount of restitution that's settled? That's still a ballpark.
Ballpark 450,000.
Well, we've already paid, close to 200,000,
How did we pay that much?
175.
That much. It's a little complicated because Brian's mother put up bail money of $75,000 that she has pledged towards restitution. So once he's sentenced, you get that back, but she's not getting it back. It's going towards restitution. And I think you paid.
Oh, at 90, so it's 165. Yeah, and there's right. Just so you know, Anna's main thing was like, what are you going to DC? The reason why I couldn't was because it's not resolved. She was like, well, you're coming to DC, then we'll just pay that bill. And I was like, it doesn't exactly work that way.
So the monitoring that we want to do is, should be concluded at sentencing.
So supposedly, it would have been concluded in October. I think so.
Hingham Savings Bank and Blue Bank, is that something that you want to do for kids or?
I went down to Cohasset town when we got here, and I opened up at the local bank. It's in, you know, it was just the oldest bank in the United States or Massachusetts. And I thought, oh, this is great, you know, I'll have a, you know, personal account there. I never used the Hingham Savings, but all the restitution money went in, and I took, you know, so I put it all in there and wrote the check out. So that was the whole point of that. But I never did anything with that account. No access to it at all. I never, it's been close to a year.
Possibility that she had an account that you didn't know about? Would that surprise you?
It would surprise me. Yeah, it definitely would surprise me, but I mean, it's possible. When she got the JetBlue card, she told me she was getting it, so.
Going back just to open up sentencing, is there a possibility that you're going to be incarcerated at all into this?
Possible.
Possible.
Yeah.
Still on the table.
Of 6 months. But that has not, that's all been put under suspense because of this.
So that's also.
Because,
Yeah,
I mean, it's one thing if Anna could take care of the kids for 3 months, for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's another thing for me.
But also, I mean, Anna and my mother both lost it. They were not having it, so.
The fact that you may.
Well,
for 6 months.
after all of this, because we've been apart for so long, she's like, why do we do all of this? Why do we struggle this much? I mean, you know, the cost of this house and running the townhouse and all the traveling and not being together. I remember being very upset when I talked to her about it.
Did you guys discuss the plan for the kids if you were to go, say you were to go in for 6 months, like where would the kids go?
We discussed the plan of the kids going to DC without me.
Yeah.
And we discussed that on September 1st, because we only got this house for 6 months. I had said, maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know how long I will be able to see you or the children. And you'll be all by yourself. There will not be a lot of support. But, we decided to do another 6 months here, which ends March 1st. Now, as we had a difficult holiday season because of, you know, not being able to see each other and her mother's illness and having to go to Belgrade, take a vacation there and not here, I said, maybe it's time to send the kids and I'll get a smaller place and we'll have to figure it out. And she said, well, let's discuss it. We're supposed to discuss it, you know, for the new year, and especially after the news that Tracy gave us a few days before. And also, you know, what was Tracy going to say if I take it with the kids? And I try to do it with the kids. And I said, but I also said, you're exhausted without the kids. Think about what that's going to be like, you know, have 3 boys at the house, and we only do ponds, so there was a lot up in the air because you're not stressed with that.
Yeah, that's a big life change. So what, got a lady over there in DC?
We were thinking of moving Robin. Robin is relatively new. We were going to ask her if that would work out. She was in Serbia. She asked a few people if she was going to fly them in maybe. Her mother and my mother can no longer support the kids. They're just not in shape. They were a few years ago. Now it's just not possible. She's like, it's been my mother. And I was like, your mother's never, like, she can't let us. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they were watching, her mother did help us a few years ago with 2, but it just wasn't possible anymore. So, especially after her neurological incident last year. So
how did that conversation, like, where did that rest? Like where did you guys?
Well, I left a message for her, and I was going to get more information from Tracy, and I was going to speak to Anna, and I'll just speak to my mother about it too. They both have a huge investment. Nothing had been decided, but that's where the thing was.
Okay, so I'd like to go back to first the left here. We really need to iron out what you did that day and a good timeline for you. I know that we previous couple interviews, told us that, I had left him on 6, and I think he said he got up at 7:30.
Yeah, a little after 7.
7:30, make breakfast. And
French toast, yeah.
That's his previous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not getting pissed or anything.
Yeah, right.
Why don't we just start at, when you got out of bed?
Yeah, of course. So we go get out of bed, and then because Brian wakes up, and then I came down. I didn't change in Brian because I have to go to William's room. So sometimes, like I said, I'm supposed to change in the morning. I don't always. And then William was still asleep in his room at the time, but Brian was up. Brian likes to come down the stairs himself, so I got down, and then Thomas was already on the couch. They started wanting to leave early for work. And he's like, yeah, I already know. Say goodbye. I was like, all right, French toast time. So Brian came down. I made the breakfast and, emptied out, cleaned up after some of the stuff from last night's dinner. Emptied out the dishwasher and that stuff. And then I went up to get William and bring him down for the breakfast. So then we had the breakfast, which is the kids love the French toast on days off. And then was it coconut melon was I think what I put on for the kids. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was that. The kids have their iPads too, as you know. There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So that was most of the morning. I didn't have the phone at the time. I think I emailed, I made sure that was in my, so Zach and Daniel, who are, we basically working, they were always in contact every day, so I wanted them to know that my phone wasn't working in case something was coming across to let them know that I get emails on it and my mother. So those are the 3 emails I sent out. I was going to send out more, but I just didn't have time. But I figured the phone show up. So Robin came in, and the kids were excited to see Robin. And then I got ready. I hadn't gotten ready at all. I showered and everything like that. So, and I had time from 3 to 9 to leave the house. And it was to go see my mother. But I had to go out and get the milk and the juice and some other things. Mainly the milk was the reason why I went to Shaw's. And then I came back and set that up. So I left at 4 instead of leaving at 3. And then I drove up and saw my mother, and then a couple errands. CVS and Whole Foods is the main things that I remember. I talked to her, the usual stuff, made sure everything was going well, and then I drove back, and that was the main thing. I got back, at 8 or something like that.
In your house the rest of the night?
Yeah, that's it. It's my times are pretty strict, so and I'm you call that I'm 100% compliant on those.
Right. So when you first left the house at Josh?
Yeah, around a little after 3.
I think
I might have gone to Walgreens. I'm trying to think. I might have gotten some baseball cards for Thomas or something like that. Yeah, I only know about it because of the Fresh Bowls. Barnes and Noble is the place they get baseball cards too.
So you don't know if you have Walgreens?
I do go to Walgreens a lot when I'm next to Shaw's. Yeah, so I don't recall. I was pretty focused on making sure.
Okay. So then after that, you come home.
Yeah.
What do you do while you're here?
Oh, I just got the stuff in the fridge and basically told Robin I was heading out. Checked on the boys and things like that, and then I was gone.
And like direct you home?
Yes, I did.
What was that address?
330 Paradise Road.
Paradise and
Swampscott.
your condo.
What?
Your
Condos on one, yes, sir.
and that's private because of something
It's at something called The Landing. It's like an apartment complex or something.
What do you do?
1320.
Okay, so you were directed on Scott,
what route did you drive up in?
It was a little difficult because I got lost because I didn't have the GPS.
Okay.
So it took a bit longer. I went the wrong way and then I came probably, so what did I do? Because I normally supposed to go 1A, I went at 1, and then I came across on 114 or something, and then was able to get up to, what's it called? The Swampscott.
So it took longer than normal.
It took longer than normal, yeah.
How long do you estimate it took to get there?
Normally, I mean, with no traffic, you can make it in, maybe 60, 70 minutes, but I probably took I took over a little bit over 90 minutes maybe. So I was probably there, I was there before 6, but after 5:30.
Okay. Where did you get lost?
I went on 1 instead of going on 1A, and I kept driving further than I had to.
And what did you do at the mom's house?
She didn't know that I was coming because I know I call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, "Who is it?" She's always, she's like, I was like, "It's your son, supposed to be here." She's like, "You didn't call." I said, "I don't have the phone," and she opened the door, and then I came in, and then we just talked for a few minutes. I told her what was going on, and then I discussed if she I forget if I brought stuff at the time, or I don't think so. I think I went back out and then brought some stuff from wherever she needed. A couple I forget what it is, but normally it's frozen foods that she likes. I don't know the exact name of it, and that's a couple things from CVS. She likes clean pads. Is usually she can't have enough gloves and clean pads and things like that since the pandemic.
Okay. So you left Mom to CVS. You think there's one more?
And then I was just in that area, that Swampscott area.
The Whole Foods and CVS.
Yes. Not that I can call out here and stop. Sometimes I go Stop and Shop or what is it, Home Goods, but not this time around.
You probably wouldn't want to stop shopping at the home.
Well, they have the food. Also, the food for the dog is like 25% more expensive at Whole Foods than it is at Stop and Shop. So yeah, so there are times where I would go to get stuff, and obviously Market Basket and things like that. So
you get some grocery shopping for your mom.
just a little bit, yeah. She does not require a huge amount. So
and back to Mom's after CVS, Whole Foods, and then what? You say you remain there?
yeah, just a little bit. We just discussed things, and she was like, "What's going on?" And she actually, we discussed. What Tracy had said. She's like, she basically said, "You get to DC with the family." Is one of the takeaways, and that was the main thing.
What's her plan when you ultimately get to DC? With you?
Yes, she's coming with us. She's going to live in a separate residence. She's independent, but much closer right now. We're really struggling because she's been far away, and she's like, "I'm not moving, especially after the pandemic, and I'm totally not moving temporarily." So that's why she didn't move down. She was about to move down to Cohasset, but then we were moving, and she was like, "Okay, well, until I know where you guys are, it's not happening." So I get that. That makes sense. Yes. We were going to bring her to what's the place in Hingham, the Landmark, or
I don't live down here.
Shipyard. Shipyard. There you go. Thanks. Yeah, I thought that would be good for her. Close enough.
Okay, so you guys were there, and when you come home, do you stop and run on the way home?
No.
No gas stuff?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
I get gas. I'm sorry. I'll have to check on that. I don't think I got gas.
You only pay things with gas or credit card?
Yeah, I was about to say I usually pay for stuff in credit card. So if I did get gas, I'd know.
Credit card would be
I use the Freedom card. Yeah, Chase Freedom.
Is that how that was joined?
That's a joint account, the Chase account's between on and I, yeah.
Okay, so from Swampscott, sounds like you come directly home, and then because I looked at your monitoring.
Yeah,
Sounds about right.
yeah, it does sound about right.
Within those records, it has like a description of well, you have to notify them of the load, right?
Right.
And what is that done? Is that done in the morning when we tell them?
Oh, no.
Here today? Is that
No. So, with Marlene, every Thursday I send her an email. If you go through my emails, you can look through all of those. And I say, so these are the requests for the week. This is what I'll be doing at this time. May I have permission to take, to school or whatever it is. Now, there are some other things that are constant, like taking the kids to school is all set up, right? So I have to take school from Monday to Friday and stuff like that. So those I don't make requests for. The other things, like if I have to see Tracy in person, or see my probate lawyer, or support my mother, or take the kids to a game that's not, I make those requests in advance. If anything changes, I am able to ask about changes. They're supposed to be 72 hours in advance, though. So same day would have to be an emergency situation.
Okay. I think the particular trip that on Sunday, when you got the sponsor, I think it was the description said mom drop off.
Yes, so I was supposed to take, because she was having cataract surgery, so she was coming over. This is what happened. So she was going to come over. I went and I picked her up, and I brought her back to the house. So she was okay. So let me figure this out. We went on the 20th or something, or the 21st for her surgery. At that point, she couldn't do a lot, so she was at the house here, taking care of her. Then I drove her up, set her up at her place so that she could be comfortable away from the kids. She's unable to stay here for extended periods of time, and also so that she likes to leave on, and I can have time alone as well. Then I went to pick her up and brought her back, and then she was going to stay until 1st. She left early, and I said, I'll come up. And she's like, I have everything. And I said, okay, I'm all set for Sunday. I'll come up and make sure you're all set for the week, so that we're all, everything's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. So we didn't know how fast she recovered much quicker from this cataract surgery than the first one. So I went up to support her instead of drop her off, so that she made sure she had everything.
The day you did drop her off early, what was that?
No, her car was here because we brought her car in before her surgery, and then she's like, I can drive, I'm fine. She left on Thursday.
So you're here Sunday night, here for the night. You go out on Monday. Do you have any scheduled? I can't recall off the top of my head if you had.
I don't believe I had scheduled time on Monday. I probably took, I guess I did have a little bit of scheduled time to do things with the boys. And normally it's for school, but they didn't have it. So I took Thomas for, I wrote taking Thomas for ice cream or something like that. So, to mix it up a little bit. What was the other thing? I think that was it. I think that was the only time I left. I don't remember leaving in the morning.
So you said Thomas was here, the boys stayed here.
Oh, the boys stayed here for a while.
What time she goes?
I don't remember. I think I had her come over pretty early because Anna had left, and at the time I didn't have the phone. If you look at the text messages, she's like, so when she left on Sunday, I said, hey, can you go on Monday? I'm all by myself with the boys. I don't know what's happening. I don't have the phone. She said, sure, but she texted me and said, is 9 okay? I was able to get in touch with her. We didn't have the phone at the time, but So that's when she went out and went through all the garbage in the middle of the day, looking for the phone.
Yeah, he's in the board.
Right, yeah. There was a speaker and then there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker?
I don't know. It's something that Anna had gotten, but when once it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
You guys got any Google Voice devices in there?
No.
Okay, so you recall once on.
Yeah, that was it. I think, yeah, usually I get a treat with Thomas. I tried it one-on-one time with him. William and Brian also like it, so I'm trying to mix it up. But I don't have a huge amount of time. Luna's over in Hingham was good. I think, is that what we wanted? He wanted to go somewhere. He was asking about somewhere else. I think he wanted to go to Press. He wanted to go to Press, which is the, what's that place? Press is in Norwell or something like that. No, it's actually, it's a healthy place, but he thinks he's getting a chocolate milkshake, but it's just a chocolate banana. I don't know. He figured that he's like this. He's found it to be tasty, so I was like, well, that's better than ice cream. So.
So we're in Monday. I mean, at what point do you really start to get
Nervous?
genuinely concerned?
Monday. Yeah, when I had the phone. Once I got the phone, she was getting in touch with me. I was like, well, this is like, that was weird. And we're over time, basically. So I told her, yeah, all the time. So, but the week or so before, we had the same situation. Yeah, for Christmas and everything. So I didn't want to freak out at that point. So I was like, you know what? Let me see what happens in the morning. And then that's when all the texts started coming. I was like at 6, I wake up pretty early. So I texted her, I was like, what's going on? That's when I got in touch with Alyssa. And she told me to calm down. And my mother told me to calm down. And Sandra, her sister, was like, I was working at 12:31. No one seemed to worry, but I was like, maybe I'm being insane. And I almost called work last time. And Anna's like, do not embarrass me at work. And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't. And I should have. And then I didn't hear from her. And then on Wednesday morning, that's when I called. I started calling the lines. I don't have a number of someone at work, I realized too. So I called I called the Mazda building, called the Crossing building. I was going to call Jeff Chon. I didn't have his number. While I was looking for that number, Graham got in touch with me and said, hi, is what's going on? I was like, he goes, Brian Wallace, his husband. Oh, thank you, sir. Is she there? He's like, is there a problem? I was like, not if she's at work. And that's when that's when this all. Wednesday morning. That was Wednesday morning. 4th, yeah, 72 hours.
So you're concerned on Monday, Tuesday.
Everyone's telling me to calm down. And I was going to call work, and the whole thing was like, don't embarrass her at work, and that's why I kept texting. Where are you? I emailed her. I said, you're missing again.
Who's Alexandra?
Alexandra's sister. So she's got her name is Alexandra, but Anna has all sorts of different names for her. Alex, Sally, Saleh, so all sorts of. So she has a bunch of nicknames. That's Anna's sister.
I saw you communicated with her through the
Viber, yeah.
And on the 4th, which is one to, you'd already told her that you can't get a hold of her.
Yeah.
But then she starts talking about the police.
Tell her to wait to call the police because I was at the time I was talking to Petition Inspire people, and the guy Huey was going to get everything in motion. He's the one who said I'll call DC, and he met them, and then he's the one who called Cohasset to get everything going because he's ex Secret Service and everything. So, I mean, if I asked, basically, I was gonna do it, myself, and he's like, let me do it. And, that's the human resource, officer, Teresa, who immediately got me in, who called me, she's like, I'm driving over now, I'm gonna tune you into the queuing, so I was like, okay. Because I've never filed a missing person report or anything like that, she said, we have support for you. But there was no delay, by doing that. In fact, I feel like things happened a lot quicker.
I think things happen pretty quick after.
Yes. Right, yeah, 100%. And I think it was, I'm sorry, I only know this person, Greg immediately came over and he got the information down and he came over again and then Huey called me, Greg gave me the missing persons report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
I think Richard Walker.
No. Who's that?
It's not awesome. Leave.
On that, Frank's mother.
Yeah.
Would like to offer a report.
Yeah, and I will run up on people I gotta run up on, and I think, that goes both ways, Generate a lot more leads, generate a lot more time wasting.
Exactly, instead of, anyway, she wanted me to raise that.
Okay, she spoke to me about it and I said, talk to Tracy, so.
What does she wanna offer for a reward?
But she'll offer, I mean, she'll offer more, she'll offer.
That's the concept.
That's her starting point.
Yeah, it's before that.
But before we do anything, we're
Yeah.
getting approval.
No, it's
from you
important
guys.
that we.
Sometimes maybe we'll just make public announcements on their own and offer.
Right, no,
We're not-
we don't want to do anything
No,
that's
we're-
going to impede the
Yeah,
investigation.
thank you.
No,
Appreciate that.
we're working in alignment with you, that's our focus.
When I called you that next day about the media,
Right.
probably pick it up,
Yeah.
make inquiries.
Yeah.
That was kind of along the same.
Yeah, it hasn't, it's only created more stress.
I just want to work on the same team.
Yeah.
The media kind of has their own.
Yeah, right, selling newspapers. And that's why we brought Tracy's here to, basically a cool hat, but in a time where the rest of us are not operating really very well. And also to, protect you for, my other problems that happen.
Main goal here is to find out.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of, noise from, leads, from everywhere.
You have any other names?
Not off the top of my head, I was just home to what we got here.
Okay.
I figured out for, but it does not.
No, do you have any other information?
No,
Okay.
not right now.
All right.
Obviously, we are.
Is he an Uber driver or a Lyft driver?
Richard Walker?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you-
I don't even know if he exists.
Okay.
I'm asking, why you asked that?
Anna had a regular, I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber, but said that, like, if someone out here, she kept recognizing, like, it was the same person
Oh, really?
that would come out. I mean, I guess there's not a lot, it's not a high, so 2 or 3, I don't know how many times, but I never got the person's name. No, just that he was, was very nice and, good driver. No, I didn't get any info. I didn't think about it. I mean, but I know that she normally you never see an Uber driver twice, and I think she's on at least twice, if not more.
Some people, private number of drivers that have direct cut off the company.
Right. I don't know if that ever. Yeah, I asked, "Are you doing that?" And at the time when I asked, it was a while ago. She said no. So
You specifically.
I said, "Are you going to just hire him directly?" She had said no. So that's where we left it, and that was like a month ago or 2 months ago or
And
something.
what rideshare service was
I'm pretty sure it was Uber. It could be Lyft. I never, she was running both of the apps and seeing what the pricing was always. I don't know. She usually gives the regular stuff, whatever was available. And she was leaving very early in the morning with acid. So there were days when I was awake early on, and she was worried about if she was gonna make it to the airport because you couldn't get anyone, or they were 30 minutes out.
Obviously, with not missing, public and many people are gonna have their suspicions about you.
Sure.
It's something to honor. It's important.
Tracy is prepared for that.
Yeah, we know that's not lost on you, and it's important for us to iron out a real timeline for you and set out. Well, and any suspicions of that quicker.
Sure.
And that's part of the reason we're doing the timeline. And what we did on Sunday and Monday, for the evening. But, that's why I really want you to kind of think hard and never stop when you left on Sunday or when you went out on Monday, stuff that we can verify, what we can't verify. We basically want to know where you went, what you did, and where you stopped. But we also like to hear about, so as far as the trip on Sunday, the first time you left the house was to go to Shaw's. Is that correct?
Yes.
And actually, what was it?
Sure, I forget about that. Awesome.
Back here, back out towards Swansea.
Right.
We could all again up there.
Is Route 1.
So from here, like, when we leave here, we'll have to start.
I go right, and then I drive over to, I get over to I think it's Derby Street area, right? So I take the left and go through all that. Then I get up onto, I guess, 93, is that right? Or something like that. Then then I get to Boston, and through Boston, and then up 1, I guess it's going to go to 1A, but I stay on 1 somehow. Because I've gotten so used to not having directions, right? Or having directions, not having directions. I was just, and then I got myself further up than I should have, and I came across.
At what point did you go down?
The ship. The ship. So there's there's the ship on north shore. So you're on Route 1, there's a ship, Christmas tree store used to be there, I think on the right. Yeah, so I think I think I've gone too far. And I don't know how to use my GPS in the Volvo because I never use it.
Okay, so do you turn around or do you keep going?
No, I looked around and I think I took 114. I'm not sure. I just took a right because I knew that I knew my mother was here and I was like over here. I could go across.
Okay, so you got across the thing on Route 114.
I think so. Yeah, that's I remember that.
And that brings you over to what route?
Well, I think it brings me over to Lynn, and then from there I snaked around and then got to the water and up to Swampscott.
Your condos and then check them out?
No, I did not at all.
Are those occupied?
They're both occupied. Yes. You're welcome to. We have to talk to the tenants. You're welcome to look at them if you want.
Okay, so you cut through Lynn and you go direct to Mount, is that right?
Yes.
And how long did it take you?
Not long. Just to the question. I don't really have a timeline now, but let's say 15 minutes.
Okay, so you estimated it took you about 90 minutes to get there, is that right?
Something like that, yeah. So I left there around 4, so I should have been out of there by 6, around that 6 o'clock time.
To go to run the errand?
Yeah, I run the errand, and I got back and I was there a bit longer, and then back home.
And again, the errands were to Whole Foods?
ZBS, yeah.
And you had to go to the stores because you were looking for the Whole Foods.
Yeah, I was frozen foods at Whole Foods, and then CVS, usually the wipes, the alcoholic wipes and stuff like that.
And you don't fully remember.
I do not say. I might have gotten gas, I don't know, I have to check.
And it was that your mom's got that, and
Yeah, obviously I ended up being there for New Year's, and she's like, okay, how are things going? I said, yeah, it was going, we had a great night. And then she's like, is Robin at the house? I said, yes, I gotta get back. And she came late, and I don't have my phone, so my mother got worried about that. She's got her phone, so there's a lot of discussion about that. And then, me getting to see with the kids, she's like, you can't like this going on too long. And, that was pretty much it. And now that a lot of the surgeries are done now up here too, so it's a good, she was like, it's a good time. I've done my cataract surgery, I've had all of my, my checkups for my lungs, so this would be a good time to go.
You guys did have a conversation on
Yeah, she asked, like, where's Lana? And I said she had to go for work, and then she was like, well, she's working all the time. And I said, yeah. Yeah. No, last time, on December 24th, when she worked up until 7 p.m. and then she missed the flight on, there was I was like, what's going on? And she basically said, you're asking a lot of questions. What's going on? I was like, well, it seems really odd that you have to work like so late on December 24th. And she said, hey, I said I was gonna take care of it. And then I said, all right. So I didn't want to get into it, especially she was obviously hesitant to tell me that she wasn't gonna be able to stay the whole time. So I didn't want to, we had a great night. So I was like, okay, well, and then she also said, I'm gonna have more time for Martin Luther King Day, 4 or 5 days. I remember her saying that she's like, it's all to work out. I'm behind. She got sick after coming up for Christmas, so I guess she had to work from home on Tuesday, and she felt like behind for the year. So it could have been that she was wanting to get ahead, but she said that there was something that was important that she had to be at. I assumed, I haven't told you the stories I make up in my head, but if you're interested, I have there's no basis other than like, what I thought it might be, but. I thought something at the Mazda building. That's where she was till 7 p.m. On the 24th of December. In the morning, she sent me, if you look at the text, she's like, there's leaks, like at 8 a.m. on that. So I assume that something must have gone on over there. And she's supposed to live right next door. That's so the fact that she's here and not right next door, someone might call her and say something like that. She'd be like, well, I have to get over there. And she was always busy on the phone and stuff going on, so. Well, she lives, our townhouse is right next door to the Mazda building. So she can walk over, right? So the fact that she's always here doesn't, I don't know, again, this is all my conjecture. Like, she's like, well, if we were at the townhouse and something went on at the Mazda building on New Year's Day or any time, she could get up, walk over, deal with it, and come right back. We'd be fine. But no, but she manages all the people and stuff there. So, and it's an in-person job. It's not something like that she does over the phone and stuff like that. So but again, that was something that's in my head. Yeah.
Why do you think you were
Because we lost a lot of time over the holiday season.
When did she actually tell you that?
She alluded to it when she arrived on Friday, and she was busy on Saturday saying that she was running, things were running behind, and then she basically said I have to go back. She kept saying I have to go back early. Then after Jen left, she said I have to go back tomorrow. Right. So in the morning, and I was like, well, that's somewhat surprising, but considering like the Thanksgiving schedule, the last 2 months, it wasn't surprising because she was supposed to be here for Thanksgiving, that got canceled. And then when she came back on December 6th, she was supposed to be here for 5 days, but she was only here for a few hours. She was supposed to be here for Christmas, New Year, Christmas Eve and all of that. And then that got compressed, and then she drove up, so she's only here from 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. on the 26th. So all of that became a pattern that we were getting compressed on our schedules. That due also do with the flights and things like that.
Late on, forced to work so late on Christmas Eve, probably hard to believe.
Yes. No, I mean, I was like, why? Yeah, I was complaining about it. That's the best way to execute. No, I mean, no, I don't think so. I just was like, I said, who else is working on that at that time? But they, I guess they made a decision to get all this stuff out of there early. I could see that, corporate style. And she did say, hey, the 24th is a working day in retail, Brian. And that is true.
What was her title?
She was the regional general manager.
Both like a problem occurred in one of these buildings, not even get underneath her.
There's GMs, yeah, definitely. But she, yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely. Crossing did not have a GM for a long time. So she was playing GM over there. That guy Graham who called me was the new GM. And then Mazda was kind of her project because it was closing. So she was very hands-on over there. For the other buildings, there was less talk about the other buildings.
And just so I'm clear on the timeline, she had a flight Christmas morning. She worked late Christmas Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When did she actually show up at Christmas?
8 p.m. on Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day at 8 p.m.
Yes.
She just drove straight through.
Yes. Well, she missed her flight was canceled. It was like they're canceled, and they're like, maybe we'll get you out. That's when the whole storm came, and then she just got in the car and started to drive. And I said, no, don't, get a rest, which might have been better, but that's very her. That is her to very all out all the time.
Okay, so 8 p.m. on Christmas, she pulls in.
Yeah.
You said you didn't suspect Miles was lying to you until you arrived late. Did you ever suspect her of sleeping in?
No, not when we're married. I mean, like when we were dating other people, it was a bit different. But like in the last, 7, 8, or 9 years, no, absolutely not. And we were 3 kids, and after I was arrested, I remember writing her notes, and I said, this might not be the life I had promised you. If you want to leave, I understand. She said, no, let's do it together. And we were, we're focused on our relationship and the kids. I mean, it's more than just us; it's the children too. So. I really couldn't imagine that. She was very focused on work and family, and this would be it would be totally outside of her value system.
How would you react if she told you that angry, or would you just say
I would say. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, my first inclination would be like, we're going to get divorced. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't even expect something like that to happen. But if she said, I assume, again, the story I made out is that she's like, I'm leaving with someone else, not like I'm sleeping with someone. Well, I assume that if something like that happened, she'd say, I'm leaving for someone else. Not like, oh, I'm having an affair. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, she's very direct, but we always have these conversations. I said, I know it's been tough being separated, she's like, yeah, you have to get to, but her whole thing was like, you and the kids get to DC as quickly as possible. That is not someone who's like having an affair. We've had conversations about, the struggles that we're having being apart. And she was like, you have to get to, you and the kids have to get here as soon as possible. Not, there was nothing other than that. That was always her main focus. Yeah, there was it was certainly difficult, but we did see each other enough, and that we were able to be intimate, on a regular basis. not the same as if you're living with someone, but in some ways, we took advantage of the time more than had we been together. I remember her bringing that up. She said, well, you know, when I'm here, like, you definitely make it a priority. Whereas when we were together, you're like, well, you can always wait another night, but here we can't. So that was something that we did discuss. But she didn't like this house. That was another thing. She was always complaining, like, we're a rental, she gets rentals. So. But her having an affair, I just like, you know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also, where's the time? She was exhausted. She was always flying. At every moment she was flying here or working. I mean, sure. I mean, anything's possible. It just sounds, all of the scenarios seem improbable. Certainly that does too. But maybe I'm not, I only see it like one way. And then who would be with me? It's like, I don't even know.
Is work emergency common? Is that anyone that should pick up on?
Yeah, picking up and leaving was not common. Work emergencies were, I mean, maybe the word emergency is being misused, but, you know, upticks or something that, you know, just, like a outlier. You know, there was the time when the FBI, you know, hit the crossing building. She was, all of a sudden, she was like inundated over there. And then the leaks at Mazda, TJ Maxx wanted to leave Mazda. Like these things that came up that like were disrupting her daily work were things that, you know, we talked about all the time. And that it was, you know, it was a huge pressure for her. And she didn't have all the personnel in place.
Just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or early December, you said, and she was supposed to stay for 5 days?
Yeah.
She was home for a few hours.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, I guess it's the same thing. She was gonna come in on, my ladies the calendar here, thinking. So she was gone. Yeah, I guess she came on the 7th, which is a Wednesday. And she had left on the 23rd, so 2 weeks in Belgrade. She was gonna stay and leave on Monday the 12th. And then she told me she had to leave on the 8th. So that was so it was starting to get, I was starting to get used to it. I was like, wow, that's tough. I mean, and we did have a, I was upset. I had 2 weeks, in Belgrade and 1 day here. Kids and I, need more than that. So.
Your Honor. Mrs. Gilman, if I could ask you to pause. Your Honor, would it be an appropriate time now, or would you go to this?
No, pick a time now.
Thank you.
So jurors, thank you for your attention today. And I know from firsthand experience, and now you do too, how tiring it can be just sitting all day. So think about that. Get some fresh air when you can, either at lunch, when you get home. It helps from my experience. Bruce, I'll leave you today reminding you of the 4 obligations that you have and that I expect to know you will be obedient to them. First, don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't access any social media or news media, and continue to have open minds. I think of you as sponges in the jury box, taking in all of the information that's provided to you during the trial. Have a good night. And before you leave, don't think I'm oblivious to the fact that we're getting the first snowstorm. Lived here now a lot of years, and so I hate to say this out loud, but I will anyway. I don't have great confidence in, as it is such a complicated business, what the meteorologists are predicting. I did ask my clerk to check earlier this afternoon, sometime between 2 and 4. It sounds like they're downgrading the expectations. But I don't want you to think your safety and your security is a priority to me, as is everybody that works here. So I'll be thinking about that tomorrow, and if it's appropriate to let you go earlier, I will if the forecast changes. But well, I don't want to jinx this, but I'll leave it there. Jurors, have a good night. And again, thanks for your attention today.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs. Follow me.
You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please be seated. What is the plan for day 2?
Your Honor, we have approximately 40 more minutes of interviews to play. I believe I have about 30 to 40 minutes of an examination left of Sergeant Schmidt. There would be cross-examination. I leave that to counsel. And then we would put on Trooper Guarino to go over the results of the Safari searches, the Safari history of the MacBook, also mentioning the iPad and some of the work he did on one of the phones. I anticipate there's binders of information that would go in through him and that would be reviewed with him.
Those are binders that you, I think they're on my bench, but are those the 3 binders that we previously discussed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And remind me, I think I remember this correctly, that you have binders for each of the jurors? Or you're going to do them on the, all in the electronics?
We're going to do it
Better.
in monitors. It's a lot of paper.
It is.
And I would easily break the machine. So that is the intention to do that. We are also going to call in another half a dozen witnesses if we go fast. And I will give counsel the list of the extra witnesses we'll have because I'm not too sure what the cross will be. So I want to make sure we have more business available for us than we might get to.
All right, I appreciate that. And then I will keep an eye on the forecast. What I most recently read is they were downgrading it slushy, but the commute tomorrow, leaving work might be messy. If it starts to get messy here, I'll probably cut the day short. Hopefully the weather will stay rainy instead of snowing, but we'll be limber.
I also think that right now we're ahead of pace.
Good. All right. There was another question. I'm just hesitating to get up because I feel like there's something else I wanted to ask you. Can't bring it back right now. So I'll remember it right after I step off the bench, and then I'll pepper you with that either by email through the clerk or otherwise. Oh, I know what it was. I think earlier today when we were talking about the William Fasto text messages, I did see the final paragraph and went back, and it was exhibit 199 that I was referencing, or paper number 199, not paper number 197. It's motion eliminate number 13, which goes back to the same arguments with regard to state of mind evidence. But at one point I knew where to find some of those, whatever was marked for the grand jury, but I don't see it anymore. 2 things. One, best I can tell, according to my records, the defense never opposed that motion in limine. So if the opposition is different than the substance of the opposition to paper number 199, specific to Mr. Fasto, the defense should let me know that. When do we think we're going to see Mr. Fasto?
We're working on Thursday, Your Honor.
Okay, so everyone knows when it's going to be. And secondly, so that I can get prepared for those arguments, I want the Commonwealth to get me a copy of Mr. Fasto's emails.
Text messages.
Thank you.
Copy today, I can give the court.
It's-
It's not, I think the one that the government would expect to introduce, I think has some photos blurred out, but just for the court to see. And we did submit a written objection to statements relating to state of mind. We didn't specifically reference his. If it would assist the court, I can certainly have something by tomorrow morning, even just a one-page highlighting and specifying our objection.
Right.
But I'll pass this up now just so you have it.
So I do have whatever you objected to for 199, and I went through Qualls or Quails or whatever the name of how you pronounce the case at the time, and some of the cases that followed it. So I'm familiar with what the law is with regard to the state of mind exception. I just want to refresh my memory. There's certain of Mr. Fasto's text messages with Anna Walsh that I remembered from prior hearings, but this will help me. I'll take a look at this tonight.
And I'll get a one-page, just brief draft or brief memo, just outlining our argument a little more concisely.
All right. All right. That's all I can think of right now. Any other questions, comments, needs? Commonwealth first.
No, Your Honor.
And defense, anything you want to raise with me? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. So what I want to do now is, let me make sure you can hear me. Yeah, my audio should be good. Let me know in the chat that you can hear me. Okay, good. Agatha can hear me. Carol can hear me. Well, I think Carol can hear me. Hopefully Carol can hear me. Okay, perfect. So let's do a summary really quick. Let's do a summary really quick of day one. Before we get into day one, though, let's cover what we know about the trial. I'm going to be clipping this out and posting it as an independent video because I'm sure there are a lot of people that don't want to sit through 7 hours of live stream. So I do want to preface that viewer discretion is advised because what we're talking about in this case is disturbing. So let's summarize the Anna Walshe case on day one trial. So Anna and Brian were married, I believe, in 2015. She, in recent years, in 2022, which is when we last know she was alive, she was working in Washington, D.C. She would stay there 5 days a week and then fly home to Massachusetts to be with her husband and her 3 kids during the weekend, and then she would fly back and forth. So it was quite a hectic schedule. She was from Serbia, and her mom still resides, or at least at the end of 2022, still resided in Serbia. So at the end or at Thanksgiving of 2022, Anna went to visit her mom in Serbia, and it's alleged that she then went with her boyfriend, the man she was having an affair with, to Dublin for Thanksgiving. We are going to be hearing from this man. His name is William Fasto, I believe, on Thursday. So his testimony comes on Thursday. We're going to hear about what his relationship was with Anna and how much of it her husband Brian knew about. Now let's talk about the shadiness of Brian. Brian was purposefully left out of his father's will. His father was a prominent neurosurgeon. In 2018, I believe, the father passed away, and he left a note in his will that said, "I have the best wishes for my son, but I don't want him to inherit any of my property or any of my property." And as we were doing this live stream, we all did some research and we found out a couple of things. We found out that Brian's mom sided with Brian often, and that led to the deterioration of her marriage with Brian's dad. Brian had allegedly, I believe, what did they say? Refinanced a house and somehow defrauded his father of $800,000, which is why the dad didn't leave an inheritance for him. We also found out that he has two younger sisters. The two younger sisters sided with Brian and the mom. And as a result of this, the father didn't leave any inheritance to the children or his ex-wife, I believe. And he ended up leaving his inheritance to his sister, his niece, and his nephew. His nephew was the executor of his estate. Brian and family contested the will. They wanted the signature to be verified, that it was the father's signature, and it ended up that they lost that case. Brian and sisters never were able to get any money from the dad's estate. Okay, next. What was the next thing? Carol is asking, did he manipulate his mom and sisters? We don't know. The reason we looked into the mom was because there may be some stuff happening there. Maybe the mom may have helped, but we'll get into that in a couple of minutes. Okay, next. Fast forward to Christmas 2022. Anna was in Washington, D.C. She was supposed to catch a flight back home, but she missed her plane. So she didn't end up back in Massachusetts until Christmas Day. Now, the reason I mention this is because what we have heard so far today in the testimony is a lot of Brian talking about, well, she missed Thanksgiving, she missed Christmas, she was supposed to be here and she wasn't. We've heard that repeatedly in these recorded interviews with Sergeant Schmidt. So now let's fast forward. It's New Year's Eve. Anna is in Massachusetts with Brian and their three sons, who, according to the sergeant that was on the stand today, the sons are 2, 4, and 6 years old. Okay, I have to take a deep breath. That was a lot of information. I'm trying to say this chronologically so that it makes sense. So when people are watching, it's easy to follow. Okay, so they invite a couple of guests over, and one of these guests, whose name is Jem, stayed until 1 or 1:30 in the morning, New Year's Eve, leading into New Year's Day. Nobody heard from Anna after this 1:30 a.m. when Jem, left the house. However, her phone was still working until 2 a.m. on the following day. Or 3 a.m. the following day. So we're talking an extra 24 hours. Her phone was still operational. Can you all hear me? I haven't seen many people chatting, so I hope you can all still hear me. Let me check the vertical live. Nobody's really there, but okay, let's continue. So what happened next? Anna was supposed to report for work on January 3rd. She didn't go to work, and it was actually her coworkers that called in her being missing. And then after this happened, that's when Brian then called the police and said his wife is missing, but it's probably nothing to worry about. Now, this is completely inconsistent to everything else that's been said. Great, you're listening. Okay. So what did we hear today? Today is day 1 of the trial. We heard opening arguments from the prosecution and the defense, and we had Sergeant Schmidt, who was the lead detective, I want to say, on this case. He was on the stand, and what we heard were recordings from his January 4th, January 5th, and I believe part of January 6th audio interviews with Brian. Unfortunately, the audio in these interviews was not great, and I'm hoping that the prosecution, when they start talking to the sergeant while he's on the stand, they kind of clarify what what we may have missed outside of the courtroom about what was said. We also heard that the sergeant on January 4th, he asked Brian if they could do a walk around the house, and that, as far as we know, the audio was not recorded or it was not played for us. They didn't. I don't think they've clarified that. When they walked around the house, when they went outside, they got to the pool, and the pool was full and it was green. The next day, January 5th, they come back to interview him. And I believe on January 5th, before they go back to interview him, Brian called and was asking if he should be talking to the media and if he should be getting someone to represent him for PR. So what does he do? He's controlling the narrative. He wants to see if he can get ahead of the story, to see if he needs to hire anybody to take care of that. And the sergeant told him, you know what? I wouldn't do that if I were you. That's the advice the sergeant gave. Then we hear on January 5th, they go into the car, the Volvo. Inside the Volvo, they find a cell phone, and that cell phone is found to be the son's cell phone. Now, you know what? I didn't think about this, but now this is like ringing alarm bells for me. 2, 4, and 6 years old are the ages of the son and had a cell phone. Weird, right? iPad and cell phone, because there are searches and things that are done on these devices. So just something to think about as we're going into this. Okay. Let's go back to, it doesn't make sense. I know, right, Carol? Even at 6 years old, which was the oldest age of the son, it doesn't make sense for there to be a cell phone. But we know that the prosecution is going to try to show us through experts that Brian used the son's cell phone for nefarious reasons. I covered a lot of this in the video I did with Rusting Dollface. That is on my channel. I'll put a link to it in the description of this video. Christine says, exactly, I was wondering that about the age of the oldest child, only 6. Why does he have a computer and a cell phone? Yeah, so maybe this was a way. I mean, if he could talk to or could speak to premeditation, potentially getting these devices, doing these searches on these devices. So we've heard previously that he bought a lot of, Brian bought a lot of tools, including things to cut with, large trash bags. What is that called? A Tavex suit, I think is what it's called. And the prosecution said that both Anna's and Brian's DNA was on that Tavex suit or whatever it's called. And that was purchased allegedly after January 1st. So how did her DNA get on that? What's Brian's story? We didn't get into that. Brian's story is that on January 1st, well, Brian has 2 stories. Let's talk about Brian's original story. His story is January 1st, he wakes up, his wife wakes him up, Anna wakes him up at 4 or 5 in the morning, and she says, I need to fly back to work. There's an emergency at my workplace. I'm going to go there now. Don't get up. Don't get out of bed. I'm going to call an Uber or a Lyft, and I'm going to head over there. TMTB says he bought hundreds of cleanup cloths. Carol says that proves he had mental capacity to cover up. Exactly. Okay, so I lost my train of thought. My mind is like going 100 miles a minute. Do I have any? Okay, no one's in the vertical chat. It looks like we're all here. Okay, so when the police officers come on January 4th, the sergeant today on the stand says that Brian showed him his phone, and on the phone showed him JetBlue plane tickets. So exactly, Carol, did Anna schedule a return flight? Probably, I would say, my guess is right now, we haven't heard definitively. I want to say no. And the reason I want to say no is because she wasn't supposed to come back to work till January 3rd. But we'll find out about that. Could it be that she lied and said she had to go back to work, bought the plane ticket, and Brian lost his mind? That could have been the order of events, but we'll find out as the trial gets going. So did she actually buy those JetBlue tickets? We don't know that. And then Brian says he wakes up on New Year's Day. He gets breakfast for the kids. He's with them till about 3 p.m. when the nanny comes. And then he drives over to his mom's place. His mom lived about an hour away, but he got lost. He got lost, you guys, and was late 10 to 20 minutes. And he like went off some roads or whatever. What was he doing? Another thing he did to cover himself up. His phone was at home when he was driving to his mom's house, but they found the son's phone was pinging with him all the way to his mom's house. So what he did was take the son's phone with him and left his phone home to cover up tracks, I would say. And this is why everyone is talking about what was going on with the mom. Is the mom involved in any way? Does the mom know anything that we don't know? And we will find out more about this. Exactly, Agatha. He got lost on the way to his mom's house on the way to the day that his wife was the last time that she was ever seen or spoken with. Okay, then let's talk about what he's pled guilty to. In 2018, he committed fraud. He tried to sell an Andy Warhol painting as an original, and it was fraudulent. At the time of Anna's death, he was on house arrest. He had an ankle monitor. So I'd be interested to know if there's going to be any tracking of that ankle monitor. So that, I mean, what an idiot, dude. So you're going to leave your cell phone at home, but you have your ankle monitor on your foot? What? Oh my gosh. Exactly, Christine. You are reading my mind. And Christine, I hope I'm saying your name correctly because there's no T. But let me know in the chat if I'm saying it right. Did his mom move into a labyrinth? Who knows? Who knows? And then it was also found out that on that day he purchased a lot of stuff. I think tons of hydrogen peroxide, and we'll find out more about that. So he was in trouble financially and legally. His wife, Anna, there are conversations happening that perhaps she was leaving. She was having this affair based on our. Oh, you didn't realize that? Good. Okay, so I've been calling you Christine and I'm right. Okay, good. Yeah, Agatha says the other way around would work, that the mom forgets the way to the son's house. Yep, Carol has more holes. His story has more holes than string cheese. Yes. Yes. Okay, next. Where were we? um I lost my train of thought. Because it's a lot. It was a lot today. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pause right here. I think that was a lot of information that came at us. I think this was a good summary of what happened during the trial today. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot the most important part. What did the defense say during opening statements. And I think this is going to be the bombshell headline for today because we didn't know what the defense was going to claim. What we know is that Brian just like a short while ago committed or I'm sorry, pled guilty to 2 charges. The first charge being misleading the police, and the second charge being willfully disposing, transporting, something along those lines, a body or a human body or human remains. Now that doesn't tell us the gore that may have happened. This is a no body case. There is supposed to be video evidence of him disposing of large trash bags in the north and south of the state. And he misled the police so much, the police didn't get a chance to go to the dump and find her remains before everything was incinerated. I hope I pronounced that right. Okay. This trial is whether or not he committed murder. So we know what happened after she died, but what happened when she died? And this is what we were saying before the trial started. There's only a couple of other options. Someone else did it. She did it. Natural causes. And I think a lot of us, I was expecting she did it to herself. That's what I was expecting them to say. But that's not what they said. The defense said New Year's Eve, after the guests leave, Anna lays down in bed. Brian goes downstairs like the dutiful husband and washes the dishes, then goes back upstairs, goes to get in bed with her, and finds that she is no longer alive. So this is going to be the defense's tactic. They talked about in the opening statements that they are going to be calling a lot of medical experts that are going to testify about how often people might pass away without dutiful, yeah, exactly, Rosalie. How often people that don't show any symptoms might pass away. So this also tells us that this is not going to be a case where the defense is going to not call any witnesses because the attorney for the defense said they will be calling in experts that are going to testify about natural death in young people. And I think I summarized all of it. The audio was not that great today because what we were hearing were recorded conversations, and it wasn't direct conversation with the sergeant most of the time. They mentioned that there is only 40 minutes left in the audio recording that we were listening to, and then after that 40 minutes, the prosecution lawyer said that they are going to be asking questions of the sergeant for another 40 or so minutes, and then there will be cross-examination of this sergeant come tomorrow. And let me see some of your chats. Lisa says there are other versions of his story. Yes, there are. There are multiple versions. Carol says, why not call 911 and let them assume response? Exactly. And now here's another thing we didn't talk about. She had a $2.7 million life insurance policy. And allegedly, the main beneficiary is Brian. And we want to see the signatures. We want to see who made him the main beneficiary. We want to know the last time that policy was changed. We want to know when it was purchased, when it was used. And there was a Google search. There were several Google searches on the son's iPad, I believe. And one of them was, how long does it take to inherit? And let's be real. If she died naturally and he's looking on Google, how long is it going to take to inherit? The best way to do that is to have them come and see that she died naturally. He would get his inheritance or the life insurance money quickly. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Follow the money and verify the signatures. Absolutely, Carol. I am with you on that. $2 million insurance policy. The dutiful husband. He's a great guy. Just kidding. I am just kidding. So tomorrow we are going to do this again. Tomorrow is going to be day 2 of the trial. We are still hearing from Sergeant Schmidt. Oh, another thing we saw in the very beginning of the trial, who I thought was that other officer in the Karen Reed case. What was his name? I can't remember his name. And then we also heard Michael Proctor on the recording today. We heard his voice. We also heard that in one of those audio interviews, um, the prosecutor asked the sergeant, what was that other conversation that was happening in the background? And the sergeant said, that was officer, I forget who, interviewing the mom. So we need to find out what that interview with the mom was like. And I wonder if that is going to be another audio interview that we will be hearing from. Yes, Bukanik, I forget his name. And what I'm going to do after I finish editing this video, I'm going to put that little clip of the officer, I think it was, like the clip that shows him in the beginning of before the trial started, because it was like a side view of him. And I think that's pretty much it. Is there anything anybody wants to add? Demeow says maybe higher pay under certain conditions, and it could be, but having to prove that someone died is very difficult. How do you know they didn't run away? There was also so much conversation about passports today. The children's passports, her passport. So I'm wondering where this is all going to lead to. Thank you, Sharona. Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Yuri Buchanek, and I hope I pronounced that correctly. So, everybody, I am hoping that I see you tomorrow, same time, different place, because it's going to be a different link. I'm making it so that it's only a horizontal live. This vertical live, I think it messed up our chat. It made it so that people were in 2 different chats and we couldn't see each other's conversations. But I am so glad. I am so thankful you all were here. It seems this is going to be something we're going to have to go through together. I've had a great conversation with all of you. Thank you so much for being here, and I will see you all in the morning. I hope you had a good rest of your day. Someone asked a question, was there a private investigator hired to follow Anna? He said his mom did it. I'm not sure, TMTB. I don't think I heard that, but yeah, thank you so much, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will talk to y'all soon. Bye.